And it's my understanding you've been promoted to corporal. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Are you still investigating motor vehicle collisions?
No, I am a supervisor now, so I supervise deputies that do work motor vehicle accidents and collisions. I review and approve or deny their reports until they're correct.
Before your promotion, and you were at the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office all during that time, before your promotion, how many cases roughly had you investigated regarding car accidents?
Several hundred, sir.
And officer, were you on duty June 2nd, 2019, when this collision occurred?
Yes, sir.
How did you become aware of the collision?
I was dispatched out to it, sir.
And when you arrived at the scene, what did you observe?
A two-car motor vehicle accident at the intersection of Buford Highway and Hawk Creek Circle.
And could you please describe the weather and lighting conditions when you arrived?
To the best of my recollection, and according to my report, it was clear and still daylight.
And were any emergency lights or hazard signals being used at the scene when you showed up?
My own getting out there.
And officer, I'm gonna, with the judge's permission, I'm gonna have him step down so he can use this. So I'm gonna, if you don't mind stepping down.
Yes, sir.
Is this a true and accurate depiction of the intersection where the collision occurred?
Yes.
And is this basically a drawing off of your police report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could, please tell the jury what your investigation showed. And first of all, can you describe the vehicles in the collision? And go ahead.
One vehicle was a Jeep Wrangler. The other one was a Chevy Traverse, which is a small crossover SUV.
Okay. Which one is the one that Miss Welkley was driving, the one who turned left?
Vehicle number one.
Where was Mr. Lang's vehicle? And that's the person who was driving the car that Andrea was a passenger in. So at the scene, where was Adam's car located?
This car was traveling this direction, straight, and then made contact with vehicle number one.
And was this about the spot in the intersection where the actual collision occurred? Did you notice damage to either vehicle?
Yes, sir. Both vehicles were operated.
Did you see any skid marks or debris or other physical evidence on the roadway?
There was approximately 50 feet of skid marks from Mr. Lang's vehicle before the collision.
Did you take any photographs at the scene?
I did not.
Did you observe the traffic signals? And if you did, were they working properly? Okay. You can sit back down if you would like. It's more comfortable. Officer, is it illegal for a passenger in a vehicle to ride with their feet on the dashboard?
No, sir.
Is there any local ordinance or code law or rules of the road that says anywhere that it's illegal or frowned upon or whatever to ride with your feet on there?
It's not illegal and there's no ordinances. I wouldn't recommend it, but
Officer, did you speak with Miss Welkley at the scene of the collision?
yes, sir.
And what statements, if any, did Miss Welkley make to you?
To the best of my recollection, she was turning left on a yellow arrow.
Did she make, looking at your police report, did she make any comments to you about exactly what led to that left-hand turn?
Give me just one moment, sir.
Sure.
The only thing that is in my uh, accident report, as far as a statement, was from a witness.
Okay, just a witness?
Yes, sir.
Um, again, referring you back to the police report, did she say, um, what color the arrow was, when she was turning left?
That would be yellow, sir.
At the scene, did Miss Welkley make any allegations that the vehicle that my client was in was speeding? So the vehicle that Mr. Lang was driving, did she ever say they were speeding and that's what caused the accident, or they were speeding, I didn't see them? Anything concerning speed whatsoever?
Not to my recollection, sir.
And did you talk with Mr. Lang, the driver of the vehicle that was driving Andrea?
Yes, sir.
And what statements do you recall making from him?
That he was traveling straight and a vehicle turned in front of him, causing him to strike it. He attempted to stop in time.
And did he indicate to you, or was there anything in your mind with him that said that he would have been speeding or going too fast?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
And did you speak with Andrea at the scene?
Yes, sir. I speak with every driver and occupant of a vehicle in a motor vehicle accident unless they're to a point where I cannot talk to them.
Do you remember what her physical demeanor was at the accident scene?
I'll be honest, sir, I cannot recall that, and the body cam footage has since been overridden due to the time frame.
Were there any other statements you took? And I think you mentioned something about a independent witness.
Yes, sir.
And
The witness stated that he was behind Miss Kendall and said that the light was a yellow arrow when she turned.
and did and was his name Walter Theodore Whitehead?
That is correct, sir.
Did Mr. Whitehead say anything about Adam Lane's vehicle? Did he observe it? Did he say that it looked like he was speeding? Any comments like that to you whenever you spoke with him?
No, sir.
Officer, what is your standard procedure when you arrive at a motor vehicle accident scene?
As soon as I get there, I make sure that my emergency equipment, my lights at least are on. Normally, as soon as we pull up, we shut our sirens off. While I'm pulling up to a scene, I always survey the scene. In a motor vehicle accident, as soon as I exit the vehicle, normally I'll put a traffic vest on. Occasionally I forget. But then I immediately go and check for injuries, make sure that everyone's okay, and then call for an ambulance if needed.
Do you remember calling for any ambulance, or do you remember anybody being taken from the scene in an ambulance?
I don't remember calling for an ambulance. However, according to my report, there was complaints of injury.
And does it say on your report who complained about the injuries?
Yes, sir. Your client and also Mr. Lang.
Do you typically prepare written reports as part of your duties?
Yes, sir.
So this accident happened 6 years ago, basically, a little bit more than 6 years ago. So even though your written report that's in front of you there, it's not going to be admissible for the jury. What I want to ask you is, does it accurately reflect your personal observations?
Yes, sir.
How soon after you investigate an accident would you go back and write notes, or do you write notes right there at the accident scene?
I take notes at the accident scene, and then as soon as available, I go ahead and knock the report out, especially on the south end of the county because we get very, very busy.
And based on your observations at the scene, where did Kendall Welkley's vehicle come to rest? Was it right there in the middle of the intersection where the collision occurred, or did her car get knocked into one of the other lanes or on the side of the road? Or do you remember?
To the best of my recollection, it was hit and then pushed over off the side of the road, almost into the concrete sidewalk.
Okay, and would that have been over on this side?
Yes, sir.
And what about Mr. Lang's vehicle? Where was it? First of all, you've got him as being in just a straightaway lane, but in the right lane. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that the lane where the collision occurred in?
Yes, sir.
And where was Mr. Lang's vehicle when you got there after the impact? Was it still in the intersection or had it been moved off?
To the best of my recollection, it was still in the intersection.
And from your observations, did it appear that Ms. Welkley's vehicle was attempting to make a left turn across traffic?
It did.
And I think you talked about this, about the debris in the vehicle, or excuse me, the debris in the roadway. Is that indicative of where the actual collision occurred? Is where that debris is?
Yes, sir.
And again, where was the majority of that debris?
In the intersection, sir.
In that right lane?
Yes, sir.
And I believe that's all I'm going to ask you, except is everything you testified to today based on your personal observations and standard procedures as a law enforcement officer?
It is, sir.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor. Hi, officer. My name is Jessica
Ma'am.
Sanford and I represent the defendant in this case.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Nice to meet you. I think we're all in agreement that this accident that we're here on today occurred 6 years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And
I've
do you
been up all
have
night.
any, do you have any independent recollection of this accident other than looking at your police report?
I do not, ma'am. Like I said earlier, our body cam footage has since been overridden.
Okay. And prior to today, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Pointer's attorney or his attorney's office?
I have, ma'am.
Okay. And did any conversation that you had with Mr. Green or Mr. Green's office help refresh your recollection of this accident that occurred 6 years ago?
I was provided with the case number, which then I was able to go back and pull my own copy of my report
And
that I
other-
completed 6 years ago.
And other than your report, did you have anything else about this accident that might have refreshed your recollection?
No, ma'am.
All right, so is it safe to assume that you reported to the scene of this accident and it was on Buford Highway? And is it Hawk Creek Circle or Hawk Creek Parkway?
If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to
Sure.
review. It's Hawk Creek Circle East, ma'am.
Okay, and that accident, this accident that we're here on was June 2nd of 2019, correct?
Yeah, let me just one second. June 2nd, 2019.
And just so we're clear, you've never spoken with anyone in my office about this accident, correct?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am.
And I believe you testified that at the time of, currently, you've been in law enforcement for 13 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So back in 2019, had you been in law enforcement for 7 years?
It would have been 6.
6 years, okay. And you did not personally witness the accident between plaintiff and my client?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you testified earlier that when you arrived, you obtained information from Ms. Welkley, Ms. Pointer, and this witness, correct?
As well as Mr. Lang.
And as well as Mr. Lang, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else?
Not that I can recall, ma'am.
Do you recall how long you spent speaking with each individual party?
I don't, ma'am.
Do you remember speaking with Ms. Welkley?
Again, ma'am, This was 6 years ago, and I'm going based on the report.
Okay. And your main method of investigation back then, let's say 2019, was speaking with the witnesses and the parties and your observation of the property damage, correct?
Yes, ma'am, as well as evidence that's left on scene,
Okay.
such as debris and skid marks.
Right. And you testified earlier that there were skid marks at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't indicate there were skid marks in your narrative, did you?
Not in the narrative, ma'am, but in other parts of the report.
Okay. And do you typically take photographs of the skid marks or you just note it on the report
Typically, that's all recorded on body cam footage.
that the body cam footage is gone?
Um,
How long has it been gone, the body cam footage?
I couldn't tell you, ma'am.
And you're not here to testify as an accident reconstruction expert in this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any accident reconstruction training?
No, ma'am.
And is it safe to assume you've never testified as an accident reconstruction expert in any case?
That is correct.
And you've always testified in the capacity of an investigating officer and in cases like this, car accident cases where you're called to testify, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Do you remember speaking with Kendall's parents at the scene?
I don't, ma'am.
The two reported injuries from the scene, who were they? Who were the people that reported injuries?
That would be Mr. Lang and Ms. Pointer.
And what were their injuries?
They were complaints of injury. That's to the best of my recollection, ma'am.
And was anyone taken by ambulance from the scene of the accident?
No, ma'am.
On this chart here, if you're
Yes,
on
ma'am. Ma'am.
Can you show the jury on this chart where this eyewitness was located? Okay. And are you sure that he was there?
That's where Mr. Holman said he was behind the vehicle.
Do you have any personal knowledge that he was behind Ms. Welkley's vehicle?
No.
Okay, you can just go back to your seat. Thank you. How long had you been on shift at the time you were called to this accident scene?
In 2019, I was an early car, so I would come in an hour before shift. Our shifts generally start at 6 o'clock, so this was the first call of the night.
First call. And it's safe to assume you don't remember Ms. Pointer's demeanor at the scene from firsthand knowledge, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Or what her injuries were at the scene.
That is also correct, ma'am.
More questions? Thank you.
Any redirect?
I've just got one, Your Honor. You're getting your steps in today. I know you just got off your off duty, but if you don't mind stepping up here.
Your Honor, do you mind?
We're gonna let you go.
Do you
Oh,
mind?
yeah, of course. Free to move about.
I want to make sure that I made it clear for the jury, because we said that she had a yellow arrow when she was turning left. Is that a blinking yellow arrow, or did she have a yellow arrow giving her the right of way? You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay. Let me ask it better this way. At the time this accident occurred, would Mr. Lang have had a green light coming through here? Okay. And so her light would have been yellow turning red, but she did not have the right of way. Is that correct?
That is correct. The right of way goes to the straight lane.
Okay, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Any recross on that point? All right, officer, you can take a seat. again.
One, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah,
You
when
can
we
you
to
can
take
have a seat. You can have a seat. You have no training in traffic light sequencing, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And are you speaking about what color Mr. Lang's traffic light was based on your conversation with Mr. Lang?
Mr. Lang, as well as the independent witness.
But you were not present, correct?
That is correct.
All right, no more questions. Thank you.
All right. Can this officer be excused?
He may.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Here.
And again, I'm sorry for the delay.
Not at all. Plaintiff may call their next witness.
We're going to call Mr. Adam Lang.
All right. I think you need to go in the hallway and retrieve him, Mr. Green.
I'll be glad to, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Just, if you want to put your back down and then all officers you have to do it. I got it. Thank you. That is going to be for a lot of us.
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Adam Christopher Lang Senior.
Mr. Lang, good morning. Could you please let the jury know what your occupation is?
I sell pharmaceuticals for the past 20 years, medical devices. That's why I'm in scrubs today.
So are you headed for an appointment right after this?
Yes, I have my sales manager as well as a customer appointment after this.
Adam, how do you know Andrea?
I met Andrea about 7 years ago. I hired her as my real estate agent to sell my family home after my divorce.
And at some point after that, did you develop a relationship with her?
Yes, I did for about 2 years.
Okay. Which 2 years were you dating her?
Somewhere between 2019 and 2021. I think the thing that stands out most in my mind is COVID. We were together during COVID.
Okay. And how long ago? So you parted ways somewhere around 2021,
Yes.
to the best of your recollection? And are you still friends?
Yes.
When's the last time that you actually saw her?
I think February, somewhere there. So 6 months ago.
And leading up to the accident, right, this accident happened in June of 2019.
Correct.
Leading up to the accident, describe your relationship with Andrea.
At that time, yeah, we were friends. I think we were working on my home to fix it up to sell it. It's a very complicated situation because I didn't have access to my family home and it was destroyed. So there was a lot of things that went involved to making that happen.
So during that period of time, your relationship became more than just a friendship.
Yes, after I was divorced, yes. It took a very long time to sell my family home.
Can you describe Andrea's physical condition before the collision occurred?
Yeah, she was a dental hygienist and she used to be full-time and she's been doing it for a long time. That was her career before she got into real estate. And she was having problems with her hands from her work. So she was always kind of complaining about her hands and discomfort. And that's one of the reasons why she pursued real estate was she cut down her hours to just a couple times a week at the dentist office and was trying to get into something else because of her hands. But that's the only problem that she's ever had.
And when she started cutting down and did more real estate stuff, did you see an improvement with her hands?
Yeah, I mean, she just didn't complain about it as much. And I do remember that because I actually go to the doctor, Dr. Carter, And he wanted her to go back full time from just a couple days a week, and she just couldn't because of her hands.
Besides some complaints that she had about her hands, did she ever make any other complaints about any other parts of her body?
No,
Did you engage in activities with Andrea, such as exercising, recreational activities, golfing, working out, anything like that before? the
yes, in
accident?
fact, we exercised every day. I trained her a little bit on some different things to do. We did play golf, now that I'm thinking about it, a few times. So yes, we were very active.
And what about after the collision occurred?
Very little. Both of our lives were altered. Um, we actually, to my recollection, we weren't together that long after everything happened. There's a lot of trying to figure out, between her and me, what injuries we had, next steps, there was just a real lot involved. And I think that added to, the reason why we went our separate ways.
But again, that was an amicable split.
Yes.
Were you, besides things that she would have complained about, well, the only thing she complained about was her hands, but besides that, were you aware of any other health problems that she
No.
may have been? Okay. And again, after the collision happened, what was the change in her life? Or if there was any?
Well, I noticed more of the emotional aspect of everything. Just because of dealing with all the pain and, the doctor's appointments, diagnostics, who to go, where to go for what. It was just overwhelming for both of us. And, one of the things is, I noticed a change in her personality a little bit. Instead of being so robust and happy, she was different. She was, emotional. She was up and down a little bit more. She was dealing with a lot of pain. There was just a lot going on. And one of the things I really remember vividly is kind of her interaction with her family, because she has grandkids and a lot of things like that. And before the accident, she did a lot with them. After the accident, not so much.
And besides the emotional or psychological problems, distress, did she show any physical attributes of pain, or did she complain about any pain specifically?
Well, there was so much involved. The two things I do remember are her chest and her neck.
And let's start with her neck. What did you observe about the neck injury?
Well, when we hit, I observed her, that aspect of it, but I observed more of the daily basis after the accident of, just neck pain, not being able to move correctly, not being able to do her normal things she wants to do today to day. I remember her going to see a chiropractor a lot. That's something that, I really don't believe in, but it helped her, a little bit. But I just knew she was struggling with pain from her neck. And she was always complaining about some chest pain.
All right, so I'm going to shift from that over to the accident, okay? Do you recognize this to be the intersection where the collision occurred?
Yeah, and there's a CVS right on the corner, bottom right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went to that CVS all the time. We actually live just down the street, so I'm very familiar with that intersection.
Okay. If you don't mind, just in your own words, describe how the accident happened. If it's more comfortable for you to get up and actually use this diagram, that's fine, or you can just use your own words, whatever's easiest.
No, I'm good. I've been doing what I do for 20 years, selling pharmaceuticals. I did a career change, but one of the things is I have a fleet vehicle, right? So I've always had a company car. We've gone through a lot of training in terms of your surroundings and your awareness. So one of the things that really stood out to me about this accident, and that's why I'm bringing this up, is because there really wasn't a lot of traffic at that time. The situation was, I just got back from a convention in Lake Oconee, and we picked up our dog. So I worked all weekend, and we were coming home with my puppy in the back. So we were going pretty slow. I'd say probably around 40 miles an hour, 45, somewhere in there. But because there wasn't a lot of traffic behind me or in front of me, I really noticed the car turning left going down that street in front of the CVS because it started off to go really slow. Now, in this situation, because there wasn't a lot of traffic, they could have gone before me. They could have gone after me. It's no big deal. I had a green light. So I didn't really think much about it because I was aware where it was and it was going slow. But then right as I started to get into the intersection, the car crept forward and kept going and went right into the front of the vehicle. I mean, smack dab into the front. Right before the collision, when I realized that this whoever was driving the car had no idea what was going on, I jumped on the brakes with both my feet. So I jumped on the brakes, I braced myself on the wheel. I did this to stop Andy from moving forward, and my dog, went all the way forward into the windshield.
What kind of dog?
It was a golden retriever puppy.
And what's his name?
Otis. He just turned 7 years old yesterday.
So he's still in good health.
Yeah, he's traumatized, but yeah, everything's good. So I just thought it was really strange because there wasn't a lot of traffic and everything. There was no reason for that vehicle to turn directly into the front of our car. Now I hit the brakes as hard as I possibly could right before impact. The other car never broke. It just continued to travel into the front of our car. So that's kind of the situation leading up to the crash. Now at the crash, all our airbags exploded. The smell was horrific everywhere. I asked if Andy was okay like 3 times. She didn't answer. I tried to pull the dog back, and the actual engine was almost in our lap. I mean, it came through the front, into where we were. It was horrible, and it took Andy a little bit to respond to me if she was okay. And I was really worried, not just about us, but I was really worried about the passenger in the other vehicle because this was by far the most traumatic impact or accident I've ever been in. And I never could expect it to be so bad, right? For everybody involved.
Right. Getting back to what you said earlier, did you say that you were traveling at about 40 miles per hour?
Yeah.
Do you know what the speed limit is through there?
45.
So
Yeah.
you were actually going under the speed limit?
I had my puppy in the back. He wasn't strapped in or anything like that. Actually, I was tired. Not really tired, but we just got back from doing a work convention at Lake Oconee, picking up the dog. It was a long day. Just wanted to get home.
About what time did it happen?
Late afternoon.
And you've already explained what the traffic conditions were like. What about the other conditions, weather?
Weather was fine. It was a beautiful day. Yeah.
Adam, is there any doubt in your mind or any chance at all that you could have been traveling more than what the speed limit
No.
was? And is there a way that you can explain to the jury how you're so sure?
My puppy was in the back. I mean, and I would never, he wasn't like in a cage or anything, so I would never do that. I mean, that's why I'm 100% sure I was not speeding. Also, because of me always having a fleet vehicle for the last 20 years, I'm very cognizant of my surroundings, my speed, the speed limits, everything of that nature. I'm very aware.
And I'm going to ask you something. My wife's in pharmaceuticals. And so I'm going to ask you if your company has the same type of rule that my wife's does. If she gets a speeding ticket, she gets reprimanded from her company. Does anything like that happen with you?
Yes, absolutely, no doubt. So again, I take that very seriously. It's my job. So as part of having a company car. And not only that, but we do regular training as well. And the training's a little different because it's not just about driving and things. They talk about a lot about statistics, like where do most accidents happen? Near your home. Well, where specifically? Parking lots. How do you pull into a parking lot? How do you pull out? So little tidbits over the years that, it sits in the back of your head when you're going through situations of, what's the, percentages of where, most problems occur.
So you've already testified about kind of what happened once the impact occurred. And you were talking about how did all of the airbags deploy?
Yeah. Yeah.
And what other observations did you make while this collision was happening? Was it like slow motion in your mind, like so many people say it was, or was it quick?
Yeah, it really was. It's kind of surreal because, you know, obviously I went into shock. You know, it was very traumatic and I didn't realize it right away. But yeah, it was in slow motion. And gosh, one of the things, I don't know if anyone's ever had this happen to you, was when airbags deployed, the smell. I mean, it got to the point where I felt like it was toxic in the car for Andy, me, and my dog. And I'm like, you know, as soon as I got to the point where everybody's alive and okay, I had to get him out of the car. You know, that was my number one goal because of the smell. And the damage was just, I don't know how we opened the doors and got everybody out, but you know, it was a Traverse. It wasn't a small car, and it was completely destroyed. You know, the damage to the vehicle. So it was, yeah, it was a very emotional situation as well because I was really afraid that Andy was hurt. You know, I was afraid the dog was hurt, and I was afraid that the other driver of the vehicle was hurt.
Okay. And Adam, is this diagram that the police officer made this, is it accurate? Were you in this lane of travel, the right lane?
Yeah, I was in the right lane. Yeah.
And is this where this red star is this where the collision actually occurred?
Yeah, right smack dab in the front of my vehicle. Yeah.
So your front side of your vehicle hit the passenger side?
Front right.
Okay, front right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Where did your car wind up after the collision happened? Did it come to stop? Where did it wind up?
I know it wasn't there. You know, to be honest, it was next to a pole, I think.
This way?
Yeah, I think right there.
Okay, all right.
I just remember there was a pole when we got out, and you know, I was curious if the other driver was okay, where we kind of hung out,
So I'm
and the
just gonna
vehicle was right there.
make it for the record that he's talking about the corner where the CVS pharmacy is.
Yeah.
There was a pole that was close to maybe that, and that's where your car wound up.
Yeah, and it was a sound that the pole kept making for the crosswalk. That was very, yeah.
And what about Miss Welkley's vehicle? Where did it wind up?
I think she was down that street just a little bit, but I'm not sure if she drove away or not because you know, there was a time gap between when I was able to get out of the vehicle. So I don't know if her vehicle was stationed right where it hit an impact or whether she was able to drive. The one thing that really stood out to me, again, I had a Traverse, a really big family vehicle. She had a Jeep, and I didn't really notice much damage to her Jeep compared to the damage of our vehicle. But I am not sure at impact where her car went.
I think we all know the answer to this question, but was your vehicle a total loss?
Yes.
Do you recall if Andrea was wearing her seatbelt?
Yes.
What was she a passenger in the passenger seat?
Yes.
Where were her feet and legs?
On the dashboard.
Did you ever warn her against doing that?
Yeah, I don't really recall. I put my arm out to the right to try and stop her from going forward. You know, again, I jumped. I mean, when I say jumped, I put every ounce of pressure I had into those brakes with both feet to stop the vehicle before the collision, but it just was not possible for us to stop.
Okay.
So, you know, there was a second where I reacted because I really thought she was going to wait and go behind me.
Right.
You know, but she ended up going right into the front of me. So,
Do you recall how, well, first of all, did you ever look back and look and see how far your skid marks went back?
no.
If the police officer said they were about 100 feet back behind you, does that seem about right for the amount of time when you threw both of your feet on the brake? Was it about 100 feet? Was it less?
I just
Was
know it was
more?
at the last second when I, you know, came to the conclusion that she wasn't waiting for me to go through the light. I had a green light. I was going around 40 miles an hour, just going straight. There was no reason for me to assume or think that that car would turn right into, and she was already at the turn section. She didn't just pull up. So it was a very bizarre situation.
And you were talking about this a little bit. What observations did you make of Andrea at the scene of the accident right after the collision occurred?
Dazed and confused. You know, she was in shock. I think, you know, honestly, we were just both happy we were alive. You know, it was very traumatic. But, you know, we were dazed and confused. You know, we were in shock. I know I was concussed. I don't know if she was concussed, but we were just out of sorts would be a good word.
And do you remember her telling you at the scene of the accident whether she had any pain at the time besides being shocked, confused, worried?
She kept grabbing her chest. I didn't know if she was like, you know, if it was the emotional aspect that she was having chest, you know, palpitations or something. But you know, I just remember her grabbing her chest, and it makes sense because her feet were on the dashboard. I guess that her knees might have. I'm not really sure because you know the airbags took over, you know, all the room in the front of the vehicle. I mean, there was airbags everywhere. Yeah, I do remember now that I'm thinking about it and recollecting that, yeah, she had immediate, she kept grabbing her chest and she was sitting down right in front of the CVS. And I was holding the dog because it took a little bit of time to go through for the police to come, for there was a witness also involved and he was nice enough to stay for the whole, you know, which is a long time.
Right. I was going to ask you, did you talk to him?
No, I watched him talk to the police officer, but I knew he was right behind her car, going left.
Were you in earshot at the police officer while he was talking with everybody at
No.
the scene?
No,
Who were you in earshot whenever, like, what could you have heard interview-wise between the police officer? I'll do it one at a time. Did you hear anything that Miss Welkley would have said to the police?
I did not hear anything or get involved in anything to do with the police officer
Okay.
at all.
But you did hear the witness say something to the police officer. I thought you said.
I saw the witness.
Talking to the police officer?
I don't know where they were talking, but it wasn't next to where we were.
Okay,
And I had a dog.
right.
So my dog was on a leash. And so that kind of kept everybody away from me.
So you didn't hear anything?
No,
that-
not a
that
thing.
conversation? Did anybody at the accident scene bring up anything about the fact that you may have been going too fast?
No, it was never even an issue.
Did Andrea go to the hospital by ambulance?
No,
You know when's the first time she would have gotten treatment?
because we had the dog. I live so close. My uncle came and picked us up, the dog, took me to our apartment, which is literally maybe 2 minutes down the street. And I drove us to the ER immediately.
After the collision, and you were talking about the injuries and so forth that Andrea went through, did her condition seem to improve over time, or did it stay the same, or did it get worse? What was your observation?
Immediately, it was I just remember her grabbing her chest and worrying. I didn't know if she was having a heart attack or, yeah, I didn't know what was going on, you know? But yeah, I do remember her grabbing her chest.
Did she ever complain, and not at the scene necessarily, but did she ever complain about her neck or her back?
At that exact moment?
No, at any point.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Both of those?
Yes.
All right. Any other?
And that's
part-
why she was seeing a chiropractor immediately. You know, it's funny, you bring up the ER and everything. We went to the ER and because we were in a car accident, they kind of did like a protocol. I don't know what you normally do for people who are in a car accident. And I just felt it was ridiculous. Like all they did was a couple x-rays and send us home. You know, it was up to us to seek out proper care on our own. So the ER, you know, checked just for major things and then, you know, told us to see our providers.
And what about Andrea's emotional state? Did it improve over a period of time, or did it get worse, or did it stay the same?
You mean,
After like any time after the collision, and obviously before you guys.
I told you that's probably why we're not together. You know, yeah, it you know, and also me too, you know, to an extent. But I think it was more traumatic for her than it was for me emotionally because, she's more emotional than I am. But yeah, I definitely noticed a difference in her behavior, things of that nature. Dealing with the pain, how do you deal with the pain? How do you live? And it's very frustrating trying to also guide yourself through medical care when you don't have a good foundation of where to go to.
Were y'all living together at the time?
During COVID, yes.
Okay. What about after the accident? That would have been during COVID time.
I think she stayed over for, like maybe a day or two here or there, but she had a townhome in Johns Creek.
Okay. And did you notice during that period of time any other things with her routine, besides the working out, the golf, all that other stuff? What about housework, yard work, anything like that? Did you observe her doing any of those things after the collision occurred?
No, I just know she was in pain. I didn't ask her. So I tried to, I took care of my dog 100% because we were on the second floor. I was on the second floor and I didn't want her going up and down the stairs with the dog. There's just a lot of things that changed in our routines of life. I mean, after that event. So yeah, it definitely had an impact on her emotionally and physically.
And based upon what your observations were with regard to her pain and suffering and so forth that she was going through, based on your observations, do you feel like those injuries were related to this accident?
100%, yeah. And Andy's older than me. I mean, I'm not young, I'm 53, but she's definitely older than me. And to be honest, a lot of this had, I was worried, right? Her being, that much older than me, being able to make it through all the challenges that she had in front of her.
Right.
It's not an easy thing for anybody, let alone, gosh, I think maybe she was in her 60s at the time, 65, somewhere in there.
Right.
Oh.
And the last question I have for you, is there anything that you could have done, anything at all to avoid this
It's
accident?
funny you say that because I think about that all the time. That's the one thing I go over in my head. And that's why I brought up, all the training as a rep that I've gone through. Because I don't, I've thought about, hey, should I feel guilty about X, Y, or Z with Andy and her injuries? And the reality is, if I didn't break at all, it would have been way worse. I broke when I could, when I realized that she was actually driving right into the front of our vehicle. But, I was going under the speed limit. It was a clear day. There was really nothing to worry about. I drive for a living on a daily basis. All day long, all I do is drive. In Atlanta, and all the 285, I've been in every type of circumstance you can imagine. And I've always avoided, an accident or a problem. But this was really strange because of how slow she was making the turn going into the lane, that it prevented me from reacting because I thought she would go around me. I mean, I had a green light. There's no reason for me to think that she
So you
would
thought that she would go behind you then?
go,
after you-
or she could have sped up and gone in front of me.
Okay.
That's maybe another reason why I was only going 40 was there was not a lot of traffic on that highway. Now that highway is notorious the intersection for during rush hour. It's packed. It's a mess. But it was a Sunday late afternoon. It was wide open there. So no, there was literally, and I played it over in my head, 1,000 times, and I thought about it all last night. I couldn't sleep. There's nothing that I could think of that could have prevented this situation from happening.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. That's all I have.
Hi, Mr. Lang. I'm just gonna move this a little bit so I can see you from the podium.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, I just want to clarify a few things before we get in talk about the accident. You testified that the speed limit on the road on Beaufort Highway where you were traveling on was 45 miles an hour?
Yes.
Okay. And so were you going 40 miles an hour or going about 40 miles an hour?
I'm positive I was going between 40 and 45.
Okay. So you could have been going 45 miles per
No.
hour. All right. Maybe a little more than 40 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Like I said, I was very aware of my surroundings, the road, I had my dog in the back, and I was very aware, I live on that street, that the speed limit is 45.
You live on Buford Highway?
Yeah, my apartment complex is right down there to the right.
Okay. And you talked about the witness. Where was the witness located? The eyewitness?
Well, wasn't, at the time of the accident, he was behind the car in a turning lane,
How do
going
you know
left.
Is that from the police report or? from
Police
pers-
report, yeah.
Okay, but no, you don't know that for sure. You didn't see him with your own eyes.
I saw him afterwards talking to the police officer for, a distance.
I'm talking about prior to the accident. You
I
don't-
saw a car behind her car, yes.
You saw a car.
Yeah.
Do you know if it was the eyewitness?
You know what? I can't specifically say, maybe it was a different car. But again, there was not a lot of vehicles on the road at that time. I was pretty wide open, so.
Okay. You also testified that Ms. Pointer could no longer do yard work or housework after this accident. Did you live together at the time of this accident?
Not full time, no. She had a townhome in Johns Creek. I think after the accident, she might stay over for a couple days.
Okay, but you didn't live together at the time of the accident, correct?
No, no.
Okay. And you testified about these injuries that Ms. Pointer sustained. You're not a medical doctor, are you?
No, not at all.
No medical training.
Nope.
So you can't testify here today as an expert on whether the injuries that she sustained in this accident are related to this accident, can you?
No, I cannot. Of course not. No.
And you've been in prior motor vehicle accidents, correct? Before this one?
No, nothing like this.
My question is, have you been in prior motor vehicle accidents?
Like a fender bender, yeah.
Have you
But
been in accidents since this accident?
a fender bender, yeah.
Are you aware of whether Ms. Pointer had any prior neck issues?
Bef-
before
I had no
this
idea.
accident?
To my knowledge, as I told the other gentleman, she just had issues with her hands at work. That's all I knew about.
And was she having those hand issues after this accident?
I don't ever recall her getting treated for that. I think she had other things that she was doing regarding her medical care than not worrying about her hands. And at that time, she stopped doing the dental stuff, which is what caused a lot of the hand pain. She was doing more of the real estate stuff.
Okay, so around the time of the accident, she was doing real estate and she was a dental hygienist?
Yes, I said she was my real estate agent for selling my family home.
So
That's how we met.
getting back to my question, yes or no, are you aware of any prior neck issues? of
No,
this point?
none, zero.
Okay. Are you aware of any prior issues with breast implants of Ms. Pointer before this accident?
Did she have them?
If any prior issues with? her
No,
breast
no, no,
implants?
no.
All right, and you testified that you were coming from a convention at Lake Oconee, correct?
Correct.
Were you tired?
No, I mean, it's the middle of that, no.
What went on at this convention?
So it was a rheumatologist convention, and me and my colleague had to go there to present our product to all the rheumatologists. We actually could not get a place. It was at the Ritz-Carlton, so we did an Airbnb. Andy joined us for the weekend because we had plenty of room. Sunday morning, there was like a breakfast event. After the event, me and my colleague packed up and we went home.
Okay. So was it like a full weekend convention?
Yes, it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Friday evening, Sunday morning, and then during the day on Saturday.
All right. And what went on during the convention? Dinners, drinks?
No, we have a booth. So the way it works, and we had a booth where we have a banner outside. We have a product, all these pieces that show what our product does. We actually had an auto injector that sells methotrexate or delivered methotrexate for people with RA. So it was more of just whenever the providers got a break from what they called like a CME training, where they go in a room and would do big training, they would go get a snack. And we were all the pharmaceutical reps are set up in the snack room. It's a huge room. So maybe it happens for 15 minutes twice a day. So basically, we only work for, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes to an hour during the whole day. Because we only interact and do our thing with the providers when they're on break.
Okay, all right. And was this a pretty busy convention?
Yeah.
And let's talk about shortly after this accident, you said that you and Ms. Pointer were together only a short time after this accident.
We were together for about 2 years. The exact timing of when everything happened, I couldn't give you an exact date. But I know that this was June 2019. I just finished my divorce. I was trying to sell my home. I met Andy. She was a realtor. She said, I can help you. I had a very unique situation and difficulty selling my home. So that's how we originally met. And then after a period of time, our relationship grew, I guess you could say. And then after the accident, it kind of grew apart.
Were you together when you hired your attorney?
Yeah, actually, yes, her friend referred us to Jim Green,
Okay.
her real estate agent friend.
And your attorney is also Mr. Green.
Correct.
And you have a pending case in Fulton County against my client.
Correct.
If you were going below the speed limit, I just want to talk about your testimony. You said the engine was practically in your lap after the impact.
Yes.
Okay. And that was going 40 miles an hour?
Yes. Approximately 40 miles an hour. Yes.
And it was impossible to stop in time, yet you were going below the speed limit.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I jumped on the brakes and I could not stop my vehicle from hitting her vehicle.
Did you ever speak to this eyewitness?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the
No.
eyewitness? Would you be able to identify the eyewitness?
Nope.
Where was Ms. Pointer's pain at the scene other than her chest?
That's all I remember was her grabbing her chest.
Where did she?
And I didn't even know if it was pain. I didn't know if, like I said, she was having some sort of, reaction to the trauma, emotional aspect of it. I didn't know.
Where did she receive treatment?
She went I don't know what exactly happened to her in the ER. I went my own way. She went her own way. So I don't know anything about her treatment, what they did, what they didn't do.
But you know about the emotional issues she had after this accident,
Yes.
but not about her physical problems.
Just that she had neck pain, some chest pain, general. She had a completely different providers than I had. So it was just, yeah.
Was the CVS located?
Yes, right there.
Here at Hawk Creek Circle, was your ultimate intention to turn into the CVS?
Nope. I was going home. Just picked up my dog from the doggy daycare,
Okay.
boarding.
All right. So just to sum it up, Ms. Pointer was a passenger. She was in the front seat in the
Correct.
car that you were driving, correct?
Yep.
And was this a work vehicle that you were driving at the time?
Yes.
How long had you known Ms. Pointer at the time of this accident?
Few months, maybe a little bit longer. I don't recall exactly.
And since this accident was 6 years ago, you've known her a long time.
Yeah.
By
I mean,
this
we've
point.
stayed friends after our relationship ended. Yeah.
Okay. Would you say you were in a romantic relationship with her at the time of this wreck?
Maybe at the beginning, but we were just getting to know each other and I think our romantic relationship probably lasted 1.5 years, 2 years, somewhere in there.
Okay. Well, as her former boyfriend and current friend, you want to help her out in any way that you can with this lawsuit, correct?
Hmm.
No?
No. I mean, she's gone her way, I've gone my way, and You know, lots happen in our lives. I'm not here to try and help my ex-girlfriend out, no.
But she's your friend.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't want to help your friend out?
Look, I'm just here to testify about what occurred.
Okay. You don't want her to lose this lawsuit, do you?
It's not up to me.
Okay. And we've established that Ms. Pointer's attorney is also your attorney, correct?
Correct.
And your lawsuit hasn't gone to trial yet?
No.
Would you agree that you have an interest in the outcome of this trial?
Her trial, look, I'm not sure about the logistics. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the process and everything. You know, the accident is what it is. It happened. So if Andy goes to trial and, you know, the accident is the accident, obviously that might make my situation a little bit easier. I'm not sure, but I can tell you this, because it was 6 years, and Jim Green can attest to this. There was a period of time when me and Andy broke up that I wanted to go with a separate lawyer. You know, so this isn't really me, Andy, and Jim Green all collaborating together. It's actually just the opposite. I ended up going with Jim Green at the end of the day because we had a long conversation.
And I don't
But-
want to, you can't tell us what you spoke about with
Yeah,
your
but
attorney.
you're making a statement that, you know, am I about me and Andy or me, you know, concerned or wanting the best to happen for her? She's my friend. That's where it begins. That's where it ends.
Have you spoken with Ms. Welkley at all since this accident?
Who?
My client.
No,
Did you speak with her at the scene?
no.
Were you able to exit your vehicle at the scene on your own? Or did you need to be extricated?
I think I kicked the door open, but my door didn't just open. Let's put it that way. But no, there was nobody I must have done it myself because there was nobody at the scene to help me.
And did you ever walk over to her vehicle to see if she was okay?
No, I didn't need to.
No more questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Do you recall how Andrea was able to get out of the car? Did she have to be extricated or did you go around?
I went around and ripped her door open. Yeah, she did not come out my side.
At that point, when she got out, what did she do? Or where did she go?
Right at the CVS on the corner is where we were closest to. We sort of just made it like, I don't know, was it maybe 10 feet, 6 feet? And she laid down against the wall. We were trying to hold the dog. That's why I didn't go over to the other lady's car. I didn't have to. Her father came up to me and started saying stuff to me about the accident. And I asked her father, I was like, is your daughter okay? Is she okay? And he said, yes, she's fine. So we camped out right at the top of that corner in the CVS. There was a brick wall. I had my dog. You know, we didn't really need to go and do anything. The police officer was already interviewing the witness. They were trying to control traffic after the accident. So we kind of had it like a bird's eye view of everything.
And last question, well, two questions, or one question to follow up. Are you trained at all in accident reconstruction?
No,
Okay.
no, no.
I think what Ms. Sanford was getting at with the property damages, you don't know whether it's possible to be going 40 miles an hour and that damage be caused to your car or do you?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm not qualified to even, you know, no idea.
But you would
I
agree
just know that my car was completely totaled out.
Okay. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Recross on those points.
Mr. Lang, you were injured in this accident with Kendall Welkley as well, correct?
Yes,
And you're claiming that you sustained a head injury.
yes.
In fact, a concussion with loss of consciousness.
No, I didn't say lost
A
consciousness.
concussion. Had you had concussions before in your life?
Yes,
Did you have any time during this accident where you hit your head on the interior of your vehicle?
100% everybody hit the airbags. So without a doubt, I think there were 7 airbags in the front of the vehicle. I don't know why, but the Traverse has a lot, and they just exploded into our upper extremity to the top.
And is
So
that
yes, to answer your question very simply, yes, everybody hit. The dog hit, she hit, I hit.
your primary injury from this accident is a concussion?
No.
Correct? What is it? Your knee?
No. My back, my neck are my primary injuries.
Okay. You have a pretty good recollection of what happened in this accident with Ms. Welkley, don't you?
Yeah, because it was very traumatic. Yeah, and it was like Jim said, it was like in slow motion. It was almost surreal, going through each step of what transpired. And again, I was very aware of what was going on in my environment around me.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, this you covered some new ground.
Can he
so-
be
All right.
excused?
You can step down, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, unless anyone on the jury needs a break, by show of hands. All right, let's take 5. You just let us know by light when you're ready and we'll resume.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You too. Right.
All right, Mr. Green, who do you intend to call next?
Ms. Pointer.
Ms. Pointer. All right. All right, we will send a recess. Let's keep an eye on the light and be back ready to go when they are. Unless there's anything else you need to have on the record.
How long is the recess?
I'm leaving it up to them. I said at least 5.
5.
So if you need to step out.
Make sure you have those exhibits ready. You got them?
Oh, also, share the exhibits.
We can't do that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we just gotta produce them and then get them admitted and then
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
The only thing I am gonna need is maybe the pictures of the car.
Okay, I have
We
this
can
pulled
share
up.
this.
Oh, and the video pulled up. I don't know if I told you that, like the visual, the actual video.
You're talking about for Dr. Willett?
Yes.
Yeah.
yes. Hey. Hey, this is Andrea Pointer, and I had an appointment on Wednesday that I need to change. It's 2:00, I think. Yes, with my agent. 404-787-7391. And if I could change it to Friday. Okay, very good, thank you. Johns Creek. Is Wednesday at 11. Okay, I'm in court all day, so if they could just put me in, usually she'll schedule me somewhere between noon and 2 on Friday. Okay, very good. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
I've had to change like 4 or 5 appointments this week.
That's what I have to make on there around.
I'm gonna move that back over so you can just sit in your witness chair. We'll move it along for you.
Oh, yeah.
We're moving along.
Good clip, good clip.
Yeah, it's colder. It goes up and down. I think the more people that are in here, the warmer it is. I don't know if they're soaking up all the cold or,
I'm warm this morning, but I know I was this way yesterday, but by noon I was.
yeah. Yeah, they say it's 72, but I think they set it lower.
Mhm.
You're smart and you wear that jacket.
Keep it. Summertime, we keep our jackets.
Yeah.
It's cold, will be cold.
It's,
You move
it's,
around enough, you'll freeze.
exactly.
What the-
This might be one of the coldest courtrooms I remember being in. It's not, there's been others the same, but I don't remember anything being any warmer than this, so.
You can get sick.
Mhm.
I got sick twice and just left my jacket.
That'll do it. Yeah.
Won't come to work.
I was like,
Caught the lady, she didn't have a no jacket, no sweater on her.
sit down.
I kind of felt bad. Oh, you want my jacket, my head up. Step out like in my eyes.
Where the sun's coming through, yeah. Yeah, I thought about it yesterday, just walking outside for a little while, because I know it's nice and warm outside, but,
Oh, sorry, Liz. So like,
I can barely see your screen.
yeah, I got the protector on it. I can turn it
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that the link I sent you?
Oh, I don't know. I just,
Not
this is
that
the one I have
Whatever I
saved.
sent you in the Teams.
Okay. So this is separate from e-filing?
No, this is, you're familiar with this, right?
Well, I thought that's what this was. Oh, no. it's
This I used to just look at filings.
Okay,
I was using that yesterday since Odyssey was.
let's say. Oh, I thought this was the same one. Like, this is their dashboard, right?
I think one of them's newer or older.
Oh.
I don't do the
new one.
new, I don't do it.
I'm just gonna click it and see what it looks like. Yeah, this is the one I have. say.
Yeah, I don't think so at all.
Okay, so let's say you're right here and you went to actions.
Driving history search. No, no, no. You have to click the one on the very bottom
Okay.
and then search the case.
Yeah. Well, I know it's gonna be in here somewhere. It's just gonna be a different link, I'm sure.
Differently. What do you mean?
Like, I'm sure the same information is in the new system somewhere. I
Yeah.
just don't. Okay, but I just want to see what this stuff look like.
Now you can see individual submissions. Then you see it says accepted.
Yeah, and so if there was
If it has
one,
not yet been accepted, it's submitted or pending or something.
so right here, you can tell nothing's been submitted. It's odd, because deadline to respond was yesterday.
Right.
So it's up, so he didn't file a timely response.
Hmm.
I think you could do the same thing here if you went to, like if you went right to it. Or dashboard, I think it's the dashboard or maybe case search.
This- When it asks what court it's in, it makes me feel like it's asking you, or you're trying to file something.
Yeah. Or search case. So you're right, Bolton, so. This is what Boyd has learned how to do and
You just,
is that really it? Okay, I didn't realize that. Yeah. Oops.
well, I guess you guys.
Okay. Um. I think I gotta go right here on search. It's gonna go to all the events. And I don't know if that's gonna be the same as the filing history.
I would be surprised. Because this is what
Oh, you know what?
litigants use as well to look at filings, I believe. Except they have to pay to open the filings.
Oh, is he pro se now? Maybe his attorneys withdrew and that's why. Like John Moy, remember him? But here you go, like here's all the events, but this wouldn't, oh, they're ready. I'll keep playing around with it, but that's good to know. So I'll save both links. All right, Deputy Scott, could you see if they're in the side room and bring them back?
Yes, I hear one. I thought that was sent to the same.
Yeah, the only way I'll be able to, yeah, exactly.
Because like I said, litigants use that. To pull up filings.
Oh, here we go, filing history. I found something that looked exactly like that in the new,
Really? Sorry, Your Honor.
no problem. All right, appears the jury's ready to go. You need something?
I did have a question. I wondered if you're right, if Kanisha usually has some microphones, a little quiet during the bench conference. I was wondering.
Oh, we'd put a recorder up there.
Okay, I have one here.
And it just interrupt us if you at any point. We haven't had one today, right?
Not
Not on the
since
record.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I have a microphone drain. If you just give me a pause, put it right up there and start the record your name.
okay, sounds good. Mr. Green, you can go ahead. Have her make her way. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. We're back on the record. Plaintiff may call the next witness.
We plan to call Andrea Pointer.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm to the testimony in the matter of this case is true. Okay. Speak clearly. State your name for the court.
Andrea Pointer,
Would you spell it, please?
Pointer. To get Andrea, okay. Okay.
Good morning, Andrea. Can you please let the jury know where you live now?
I live in Canton, Georgia,
And how long have you lived there?
2 years.
And before Canton, where were you living?
Coming,
Forsyth County.
yes,
And is that where you were living when the collision occurred?
yes. Oh, I take that back. I was in Johns Creek when the collision occurred.
Okay. so
That
you-
is full.
Well, you had your Johns
But
Creek address.
yes.
Okay. The
That was-
townhome?
Mm-hmm.
I need a verbal, sorry, John, yes,
Yes.
everybody does it.
Thank you.
Let's see, yeah. So, were you ever in Forsyth then before that?
Yes,
Okay. But at the time the accident occurred, you were living in Johns Creek, Fulton County?
correct.
And at the time the accident happened, when you were in Johns Creek, who was living there with you?
I had a roommate, Brandy, a friend of mine.
Anyone else? Any family members?
No family members.
And what is your current marital status? I'm sorry.
I'm divorced
And how long have you been divorced?
since 2017,
And what was your birthday?
December 25th, 1954.
So born on Christmas.
Mm.
That's a blessing and a curse. I know. And that makes you 70 years old today as we're
Yes,
here. Do you have any children?
I have 4.
Names and ages?
They're all in their 40s. They're, you want other ages?
It's okay. If you just tell me what their names are.
Lindsay Amber is my oldest, and she's like 47. And Hillary is 46. Nicole is 42. And Brennan is 41.
Are all those children about the same marriage?
No, 2 and 2.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I've had 4 years of college, actually 2 associate degrees. So associate of science degree and then a degree in dental hygiene.
And so let's go based upon that. Let's just jump right into your employment history. Where have you worked? And I don't want to go all the way back. So let's just say from 2010 on, where had you worked? Where were you working?
Let's see, 2010, I was working for Dr. Powell in Cumming. I lived in Cumming for 20 years. And so
That's the dentistry.
Powell Family Dentistry. I worked there, and then he sold the practice, and that's when I did some real estate, got my real estate license in 2012, I believe. Did that, and then I worked for Sugar Hill, dentistry at Sugar Hill, Dr. Carter.
And were you with a real estate company? I think we've already discussed.
Yes,
What- who was it?
Atlanta Communities.
And at the time the collision occurred, where were you working at that point?
I was working at dentistry at Sugar Hill.
Okay, and were you also beginning your real estate practice?
I wasn't beginning it because I was licensed in 2012.
Okay,
So I was doing some, I'd probably done, a dozen transactions.
and did you continue to work for the dentist practice after the accident occurred?
I did just 2 days, and, they wanted me to do full time, and at that point, and I just couldn't.
So the 2 days, you mean 2 days a week,
2
right?
days a week, I'm sorry, yeah.
Were you working 2 days a week before the accident happened?
No, when I worked dentistry, I was working full time before that time.
And did you cut back on your time right after the collision occurred?
No.
How
Let me
long?
make that clear. So when I started at dentistry at Sugar Hill, they only needed 2 days a week, and they knew it would evolve to full-time. So I was 2 days a week, and when it evolved to full-time was after the accident, and I just couldn't do that.
Let's go to the date of the collision. Do you remember the date?
June 2nd,
2019?
2019, yes.
And about what time did the accident happen?
It was around 5 o'clock in the evening, late afternoon.
And where were you coming from? Where were you going?
We had been out of town. We were picking up Otis from the boarding place and just returning back to Adam's apartment.
Were you planning to drive directly home from the doggy daycare, or did you have plans to go anywhere else?
I was going to stay at Adam's because I worked Monday and Tuesday, and his place was closer to work than my place. So I usually stayed there on Sunday nights with him.
And while we're talking about that, did you stay there quite often with him?
Yes.
And how long before the collision happened were you staying with him? And then how long after the collision happened were you staying with him?
I'm not sure. I stayed with him just from time to time, but after the collision, I know, like he said, through COVID, we were there all the time, every day.
And where was the doggy daycare where you picked Otis up from?
I was trying to remember. It was on the other side of town, and I want to say Canton, and it could have been there. I don't remember exactly.
How long from the time that you picked up Otis to the time the accident happened, how long of a period of time was it? If you know.
Maybe 30 minutes.
And how often did you and or Adam travel this part of the road of
On
Buford
Buford Highway, every day. I took that road to work too. My family lives right off in that area too. Kids.
And what was the weather like that day?
It was a beautiful sunny day. Yeah.
And I was going to ask you about Otis just real quickly, because as a dog person, I'm just curious and concerned. You heard Adam testify that he's still alive and doing well.
But he's definitely traumatized from that. I mean, he won't get in the car and hang his head out the window like a dog normally does.
Okay.
He will cower back behind the driver's seat
Okay.
and tremble the whole time.
Who got custody of Otis after the breakup?
It was Adam's dog to begin with.
But there was a period of time after that where you noticed that Otis was having difficulties with the car, getting in the car?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to the accident. How was traffic that day?
It was fairly light. It was, Sunday, late afternoon, and so it wasn't packed like it normally is on a work day.
And who was driving the vehicle?
Adam
Where were you seated?
in the passenger seat.
Were you wearing a seatbelt?
Absolutely.
And was your vehicle sitting still or moving when the collision occurred?
We were moving.
And what position was your body in just before the collision?
I was sitting with my feet up on the dashboard.
Did you do that a lot before the accident happened? Did you used to ride with?
Occasionally. I haven't done it since.
That was gonna be my next question.
After I saw pictures of what can happen.
Okay, so if you will, look behind you there at that poster
Mhm.
board. Is that an accurate depiction of the way the intersection looked the day when you had your collision?
Yes. Yes, did you hear me?
I did.
Mhm.
And you can use that if you'd like to, or you can just say in your own words, but could you explain to the jury exactly what happened?
Yeah, we were driving eastbound, straight. We had a green light. And I saw the vehicle starting to turn, and I know, some people will drive getting ready to turn left, but waiting for traffic, and I thought that's what she was gonna do. And then she just kept coming, and my feet were on the dashboard, and I'm like, she's not stopping, and, I kind of pushed back. Um, and that's, Adam at the same time was braking as hard as he could to stop. But then when we hit, and my feet went through the windshield, all the airbags.
And my understanding is probably because of that, you don't ride with your feet up anymore.
Right. Well, and when I was at the ER doctor and nurse were just shocked that I didn't have, hip injury, like a hip out of place or broken something, just from seeing the pictures of the car and the extent of the damage.
Can you describe the impact? When the collision occurred, how severe the impact was?
Oh, well, like I said, it was enough for my feet to go right through the windshield. And that shattered. And yeah, I think I was just stunned too that Adam got out first and he kept trying to get me out. And I was like a little dazed, like didn't know what to do, but he was worried that, the smell of the airbags and that, and was just trying to help me out.
I'm gonna, may I approach?
You can approach freely. This is your witness.
Thank you. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 22. Is that basically that same diagram?
Yes.
And is it an accurate portrayal again of the intersection where your accident occurred?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm gonna tender 22 into evidence.
Any objection?
None subject to redacting, that I haven't had a chance to look at this packet yet.
We're just, this one page is D22. All right.
No object.
All right. D22 is admitted.
So I believe you testified that you were aware of the defendant before the crash occurred. Is that right?
Yes.
When is the first time that you realized that you were going to be in a collision?
When she wasn't stopping and she didn't even look in our direction. And so there was no eye contact, which you normally, you're looking at the road and know what's around you.
Could you see her face or the way her face was?
I
pointed?
could,
You could or could not?
I could,
Okay.
yes. I could see that she didn't look in our direction because that was one of my first comments. She didn't even look.
And how far away from Miss Welkley's car were you when you made the realization that she wasn't going to stop?
We were heading to impact at that point.
So your feet were on the dashboard. They went through the windshield. What other parts of your body were impacted during
My
the collision?
chest hurt so bad. And that's what I kept saying. And there was a paramedic or something. I think it was a paramedic coming on a call to someone, another accident, I think, but saw this accident shortly after it happened. And he came over to see if I was okay. And I'm just like, I don't I don't know. My chest hurts.
Right.
That's all I knew. I thought I'd broken something.
Did you have your seatbelt across, or do you think?
Yes, I
Was
did.
it the seatbelt or was it the airbags deployment that, any idea which?
Feedback, I think it's my knees. I think my knees hit my chest first before, because that impact like that. And then my feet went through the window.
And were any other parts of your body impacted?
I know my elbow hurt and my knee hurt, but not as bad as my chest.
So again, I want to just make sure all parts of your body, so your chest was hurting more than any other part of your body, is that right?
Right.
Okay. And describe the other injuries that you just mentioned, and describe what level of pain, using using your own words, what amount of pain were you in the other parts of your body?
I just knew it hurt. The elbow hurt and my knee hurt. So I know when we went to the emergency room, they took x-rays of those areas, but nothing was broken. So it's probably more nerve damage.
After the collision occurred, you've heard some testimony from the police officer and also from Adam. What is your remembrance of where the vehicles wound up?
Well, I remember Miss Welkley's Jeep came right over here to Haw Creek. That's where I don't know if she drove it over there, I assume. Our car kind of twirled around and ended up here at the corner. Is this the CVS?
Yes, the CVS is right there where you're, yeah.
The
Yes.
CVS was right there, and the car was up against the curb of the CVS. And there, thank goodness there was a wall there too.
And is it your understanding that every airbag in the vehicle deployed?
Yes, they all deployed.
Did you lose consciousness at any point?
I don't think so.
Were you able to exit the vehicle on your own, or did you need assistance?
Adam got the door open for me and probably yelled about 3 times for me to get out of the car, and was like, I think I was just kind of stunned and dazed.
And ultimately, was he able to open your door to get you out?
Yes.
Did he have to help you out of the car?
He did help me out of the car.
Did Miss Welkley make any statements to you after you all got out of the car?
No, didn't.
Did she come
They
over?
didn't even check to see if we were okay. No.
And you heard the officer say that you did have complaints of injury at the scene. Do you remember what you told him specifically about what your injuries were?
I just remember my chest hurt so bad, and I know I kept just holding it because I thought there was some real damage.
Was an ambulance called to the scene?
We didn't call an ambulance because of Otis, and we knew we wanted to get him home before going to the emergency room.
And how long did it take between the time that the collision occurred, the time that you got Otis home, and the time that you got to the hospital? About how long in time was that?
It might have been an hour because we called his uncle to come and pick us up. And so it could have been an hour.
And were you able to drive away the vehicle from the?
No.
And do you agree with what Adam said about it? What was the vehicle a total loss?
Oh, it was. Wait till you see the pictures.
So you went to the hospital, and we're going to talk about that shortly here. But later that evening, when you got home after going to the hospital, the night of the collision, from 1 to 10, 10 being the highest degree of pain, what parts of your body were hurting and how would you describe that on a 0 or 1 to 10 basis?
I'll say my chest probably hurt the most, and I'll put that as a 10 because it didn't stop hurting. And my neck and back, probably 8. You know, my neck started hurting more as the days progressed.
After you treated with a hospital, when is the next time that you would have gotten treatment?
Well, the ER nurse advised me to have some MRIs because she thought I probably had some internal bleeding because they couldn't detect that just with what they do initially there, just some x-rays. So I scheduled MRIs for my abdomen and then my chest. Had MRIs for those. I went to my primary care doctor. I think she prescribed me something for pain.
How long after
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
We understand.
But I was trying to get into those doctor appointments right away.
Did the pain ever get better with your chest?
Gradually went away. But then when we had the MRI done and it said that that it showed that there was a rupture, then I was disappointed only because of the experience I'd had before
Okay.
with that.
And I want to just get out in front of this right now. Did you ever have any treatment with your plastic surgeon after the collision occurred?
No,
So there are no medical bills for your breast after the collision occurred?
no,
Okay. So you're not going to be asking the jury to reimburse you any medical bills for your breast whatsoever?
no. Although they do need to be replaced. So,
What kind of help were you in with your implants before the collision occurred?
they were good. I had them, my initial implants were placed in 1986. And then they weren't replaced until 2016. That's 30 years. So when they went to replace them, they had totally ruptured and the capsules had dissolved. So it was
In what area of time or what period of time did that happen? Was that 16 or later?
16 was the surgery to replace them.
Okay. And did you have any problems after that? That's a badly phrased question. Did you have any types of infections or anything?
I did.
Okay.
So, yeah, like just a couple weeks after it was Easter Sunday. So that was about 2 weeks after the surgery. I had an infection in my left breast. Sorry.
It's okay.
I was septic and nearly died. They drained a liter of infection out of me. They couldn't even get a blood pressure when I got to the emergency room. Anyway,
This all happened before our collision ever happened. Is that right?
yes.
What period, did our accident happen in June of 19? What period of time was this going on with you?
This was in 2016.
When is the last time before the accident happened that you got treatment for your chest? Would that have been it, or was it after that?
So, well, they had to remove the implant and I was on an IV pick for several weeks. And I had to wait 3-4 months before they could place another one. And so when they, that would have been the last treatment.
Would that have been around 2018?
That would have been 17, maybe. No, I did it. I think it was all in that same year.
Okay.
In 2016.
Okay, but
what are you talking-
what I'm trying to find out, because I think the medical records are going to show that you got some treatment on your breast in 2018, before our accident happened. Do you
Before
recall?
the accident, I had a mammogram
Okay,
that showed, that, I mean, you saw that record there, the mammogram, but that was not treatment.
okay, all right. So the last treatment you had basically was when they did those,
When I-
basically they were allowing you to heal from your,
Yes.
okay,
And
your
then,
infection.
and then had them placed after that.
Okay. So what was the health of your chest before this accident happened? Like, let's just say in the 4 or 5 months prior to this collision happening,
Everything was good and healthy. Yes.
and as far as you know, at that point, there were no ruptures or any problems with your breast whatsoever?
Right. There were no.
All right, getting back to the other parts of your body where you felt pain, can you please describe the pain you were feeling? Other than, at this point, other than with your breasts?
The neck pain is after the accident. It's just pretty constant, you just live with it every day and try different means to get some pain relief.
All right, so we're about to start talking about your medical providers, okay?
Okay.
And there are a slew of them. Is that right? Okay. Out of all of these medical providers, did I refer you to any of them? Me, my law firm, anybody associated with me, did you get a referral to go to any of these providers?
No,
Okay.
no.
Where would you have gotten the referrals from?
Well, my primary care, actually, Adam knew a lot of doctors too. So my physical therapist that I started with, he had taken his boys to her and recommended her. So I've been seeing her. She was at Sovereign Rehabilitation, and then when she went to Northside Rehab, I followed her there.
Okay. So we're going to talk about that in a minute, but
Okay.
first thing I want to do is show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2. It's what? Sure. I'm gonna hand to you whenever they're admitted. So that way we.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try it.
Thank you.
Okay, and Andrea, is that a bill from Northside Emergency Associates?
Yes.
And how much is the medical bill? Is it $653? Do you see that?
Mm. Nope. Where is it?
You need to direct your attention, Council.
Yeah,
Member.
it should.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Tiny little
$653?
number. Yes.
Okay. And what did they do for you exactly at Northside Emergency? This is the first place you went
Mm-hmm.
after you dropped Otis off, and then Adam's uncle took you to the hospital, so that's where
Mhm.
you went?
Yes,
Okay. What did they do for you there?
they took x-rays of knee and elbow and neck and just took some x-rays and then sent us on our way. I don't even remember if they gave us a prescription for anything.
Okay. And those were the Northside Emergency Associates, those were the actual doctors who saw you in the hospital?
That was, yeah. Mhm.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. Tip number 1. Is that your bill from Northside Hospital?
Yes,
Okay. And this was for the same date of service as the associates, right? So you got one bill from the doctors who treated you and a different bill from the hospital, is that right?
right.
And do you see on that bill the amount?
I've got several different amounts.
Okay, should it be $11,427?
Yes, I know.
Do you remember doing an MRI on your breast and a mammogram
Yes,
at that visit, right?
not at the emergency room. Oh,
Okay. So what about from Northside Hospital in Forsyth?
yes.
Okay. All right, so when did you get your next treatment after you were at the hospital at Northside?
I don't remember. As soon as I could get in, I scheduled the MRI of my internal organs and the breasts.
And that was all through the same outfit, is that
Through
right?
Northside, yes.
And would your next treatment have been with a chiropractor? I'm trying, I know I'm leading, Your Honor, but I'm trying to make it go quick.
Mhm.
Dan, and at discretion, I think I'll allow that so we can get through these exhibits.
I believe so. I saw Dr. Gavin, my chiropractor, over the years just for maintenance.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 3. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Oh, this is my bill from the Quality Life Chiropractor.
Okay. And who's the doctor over there?
Dr. Gavin Richards.
And is the bill, and this is after your collision occurred, is that right? Or all those dates after the collision occurred?
Yes,
Is the amount of that bill $11,464.04?
Yeah, are you tendering
I'm gonna
D3 or
ask to
P3?
that's
tender
the
it, yeah.
total.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so basis for the objection.
Bleeding.
Yeah, okay. I'll overrule the leading objection. Are you tendering it now? Is there an objection to this document being tendered? Ms. Sanford?
No.
Okay, so, and were you also tendering P2?
We were also,
All
yes.
right, any objection to P2? All right, and again, for the record, I think I referred to it as D22 before. It's P22. So those are both admitted without objection.
Mhm. Got all of them?
So what did the doctor do for you? And let's go back because you said that you had treated with this doctor before the accident happened. Is that right?
Yes, I had been seeing, I just had chiropractic care, just preventative maintenance. Yeah.
How long before our accident occurred did you have, when was the last time that you would have seen the chiropractor before the collision occurred?
I'm not sure, but I saw him routinely, so it could have been, within that month even.
How often did you see the doctor before the accident occurred? Was it a monthly thing or?
Sometimes monthly, maybe twice a month.
And let's talk about your treatment after the collision occurred and with the chiropractor. Did the treatment change at all?
Yeah, I was focused on my neck and back and trying to help me be more comfortable. Yeah.
And was that mostly, and I understand this was a chiropractor, was that mostly what your complaints were during that time, was with your neck and your back?
Yes.
And are you still treating with Quality Life?
Yes.
How often do you see them now?
Well, I live further away now, so it's not quite as convenient. So it's maybe once a month.
Are you back to getting just regular maintenance, or is the treatment you're receiving from injuries that you had in the accident?
Well, I still have pain, ongoing pain. And so I get some temporary relief from chiropractic care, some temporary relief from PT, nothing's going to change that, I don't think.
And do you have plans to see them in the future?
Yes.
And was the next facility you saw, was that comprehensive internal medicine?
Yes, that was my primary care at the time, Dr. Hector.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 4. And is that bill for $200?
Again, it's like, yes, it is. Now I see it.
And was that the only time that you treated with them, that one appointment?
Initially, I'm not sure when I went back.
What did they do for you there?
I think, Holly, I can't remember if she prescribed me some medication too. I think it was methocarbamol or something.
And was your next medical bill, was that from Sovereign Rehabilitation?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked for identification is exhibit number 5.
Okay.
By the way, Your Honor, we would tender, if I didn't already do that, number 4, plaintiff's number 4 into evidence.
Any objection to P4? It's submitted.
Was the bill from Sovereign Rehabilitation was it $9,247?
Yes.
And who was the doctor that you saw there, and what type of treatment did you get there?
I saw Katie, the physical therapist. Sorry, I don't know her last name.
But these are physical therapists, though. That's kind of what I was getting at.
Yes,
Okay.
she's a physical therapist.
How often did you treat with them?
I was going at least once a week.
Are you still seeing them?
I haven't at the moment because I tried a different physical therapy to see if it was more effective.
When's the last time that you did see them?
So I saw Katie probably 3 months ago.
And do you think you're done with them, or do you have any plans to go back?
Yeah, I will probably go back. She did some dry needling that was helpful, and I got some relief from that. Temporary.
Your Honor, we would tender exhibit 5 into evidence.
Any objection? P5 is submitted.
Okay, and then the next bill that I see for you is United Neurology, is that correct? That's
Yes.
the next, people. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 6. Put that over while I'm
Okay.
back. So is that bill from United Neurology?
It is
Is the amount of the bill $10,202?
correct.
Uh, Who did you see? First of all, do you remember how you got to United Neurology?
Um, I think I looked him up online, just trying to find, just searching for, any non-surgical pain relief I could find.
So what type of treatment did you receive there?
Dr. Wang did some injections and my neck and traps, and that helped me, I think, through those last months I worked as a hygienist. So I did get some relief.
Okay.
No.
Were there any modalities used, or was it through pain medication? How were you getting relief?
Injections.
Okay. And tell the jury a little bit about what the injections were.
I am assuming they're cortisone, but they were done like in the neck and the back, or the traps up here to help relieve that.
Was that an outpatient type of thing?
Yes, oh yes.
All right, Your Honor, we're going to tender exhibit number 6 into evidence.
Submitted.
Okay, and I have your next appointment at Emory Clinic. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Getting there.
I know. This is.
And right, and exhibit 10 there, is that your bill from Emory Clinic?
It is.
Is it for $17,502?
It is.
What did they do for you at Emory Clinic? What type of doctors were you seeing over there?
I saw Dr. Lisa Foster, and she's orthopedic.
She is.
I don't
She's my
know.
orthopedic too, but I
Oh.
didn't send you to her though, right?
Oh, no, I didn't know that. Okay. Oh,
She's in Johns
Johns
Creek.
Creek.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. And do you remember how you got to her?
Adam
Okay.
knew her, and he said she's the one to go to.
And what did Dr. Foster do for you?
She did an ablation, I think is what that procedure is called, but that was the worst experience.
Don't
Was
tell me that because I got to have one in a couple of weeks.
well, I hear you, but it was that morning I had a migraine, and so I waited like from 7 in the morning till 9 before they even took me back. So for 2 hours, I'm telling them I don't feel good. I have this migraine and the bright lights in there. And it's during COVID. I have a mask on. And so they get me back in the surgery room. It's an outpatient thing, but there's no numbing for this. So they're going in to find what nerve is causing the pain. And it hurts a lot.
I'm looking forward to that.
I was crying. And because I didn't feel good, I shouldn't even have done the procedure. And I told them I didn't feel well, but
Do you think though that ultimately was it beneficial to you, or do you think that you got no relief at all from it?
I don't remember thinking I had any relief from it.
And after the ablation, did you treat with Dr. Foster any further?
No.
Your Honor, we would tender exhibit number 10 into evidence.
We were on piece 7, I think, before.
Uh,
No,
Uh,
it's 10. We're jumping.
yeah, I'm jumping. I'm not going exactly in order, Your Honor.
Okay, so
So this is number 10.
P10, any objection?
That's from the Emory Clinic from Dr. Foster.
All right, P10 is admitted.
The reason I'm jumping back and forth is it, did a lot of these, people that you saw, were they kind of interacting with each other? In other words, you were seeing some while you were seeing others?
Yeah. Well, in between.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as, claims exhibit number 7 for identification. Is that bill from Emory Healthcare?
Yes.
And is the amount $2,379?
Yes.
Do you recall what they did to you? Did you have did they just perform an MRI on you, or do you remember if you had any treatment from them?
So what I had at Emory, I thought it was just with Lisa Foster. So
Okay, so but did she send you for an MRI though? Do you recall that? Before she did the ablation, would she have sent
she
you?
must have, yeah.
Because that,
Had
that's
someone.
what I was anticipating that bill was. Is that?
That's what it looks like, MRI with contrast or without contrast. Yep.
All right, I'm going to tender number 7 into evidence.
Any objection? To P7. Submitted.
And the next bill that I have is that from Resurgence Orthopedics?
Okay, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 8 for identification.
Mm.
Who was your doctor at Resurgence Orthopedics?
Dr. Willett,
And is that bill in the amount of $13,561?
yes.
When did you first begin seeing Dr. Willett?
And in June. This one says June of 23. So I went to her, this is who Katie, my physical therapist, referred me to go to since I wasn't getting some relief from, any long-term relief. She recommended Dr. Willett.
And what did Dr. Willett do for you? What kind of treatment did you undergo with her?
Initially, I had an injection here in the right hip that she thought, was bursitis. But I think later I had epidurals. She says it's coming from the lower back. So she's done epidurals in my lower back and in my neck.
And I meant to ask you this question earlier with regard to your neck and back, because I asked you how your chest was leading up to the accident. How was your health with your neck and your back leading up to the accident? Were you having any problems at all with them?
No, occasionally I'd have some neck pain just from long day at work or something.
We're all going to have that, especially at our
I'll
age.
ask anybody in dentistry. Yeah.
Did the pain worsen after the collision happened, or did it stay the same?
Oh, no, it was much worse.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender number 8 into evidence.
Any objection to P8?
Yeah.
Submitted.
By the way, Dr. Willett, did she perform the shots on you?
She did. Mm-hmm.
Were they the same type of shots that Dr. Foster did, or was it a different type of treatment?
It seemed different because it wasn't painful what Dr. Willett did, because she didn't do an ablation.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Is that from Roswell Surgery Center?
Yes,
Is that where you had the injections done from Dr. Willett?
yes,
And exhibit number 9, is the amount of that $9,655?
it is.
And again, that's just for the payment for the facility and the anesthesiologist and so forth?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 11. Oh, by the way, I'm going to tender that into evidence, Your Honor.
P9.
P9.
Any objection to P9? Submitted.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 11. I promise that I'm getting there. Is that from your physical therapist at Northside Hospital?
Yes,
And is exhibit 11, is the amount of that $11,417?
yes.
And tell us a little bit about what did they do for you at Northside Physical Therapy Rehab?
Katie would treat me with, she'd first manipulate, the muscles and feel where things are tight, and then did the dry needling in there and attached stim to it. So there was some stimulation. And that's what we did most of the times I went there.
And you said that was beneficial. I mean, you got relief from that, or?
I got some temporary relief, yes.
And how often did you go and see Katie?
About once a week.
And when's the last time you saw her?
That was about 3 months ago.
Do you have plans to go back?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the pain that you're currently having, if it at all. How often, if at all, do you experience pain these days?
Every day.
Can you describe the pain and not only describe the pain, but what parts of your body and then the intensity of the pain?
The neck pain will radiate down into my shoulders, and then in the lower back I'll have pain as well. So I stretch and I exercise to try and help relieve the pain, get me going in the mornings. And it just never goes away. You're just dealing with pain every day, no matter what I'm doing.
Does the intensity of the pain, and again, let's just use a scale, 0 being no pain at all, 10 being a lot of pain. Does that number stay the same, or does it get better some days and worse some days?
It's worse and better. I mean, I'm just sitting here yesterday in court. Yeah, that was bad.
When it's at its best on a scale of 1 to 10, where would that number be?
At its best, I don't know, I might get to a 5
And
in the morning.
What about on your worst days?
It's 10.
And do you feel like you've gotten any better since the collision occurred?
I've had a lot of temporary relief from all these doctors I've been to and the therapy I've done. And just wanted to do whatever non-surgical thing I could do to relieve the pain.
When was the last time you saw any doctor concerning injuries you had in this accident?
I saw Dr. Gavin last week. I saw Dr. Lawrence last week.
And what were they treating you for? Still your neck and back?
Well, Dr. Gavin is a chiropractor, yes. So I had an adjustment there. Dr. Lawrence is a plastic surgeon. And
And I understand why you went there. And let me just reiterate, you're not going to be asking this jury for any money for any medical bills that are outstanding with regard to any treatment you got up until now with the plastic surgeon. Is that right? That was a long
Right.
question. Okay. And do you plan on continuing to go to treatment? I think you've answered that several
Yes.
times. Okay. As you're sitting here, because you've been sitting for a while, are you in any pain right now? And if
I
so-
am.
Okay, I can tell. Where are you hurting?
Mostly on this left side.
Of your neck?
Hmm.
And on a scale of 1 to 10 today, right now,
It's probably about a 7 right now.
do you still have headaches?
Occasional.
And again, did you lose consciousness in the accident? at all?
Not that I remember. Mm.
How have your injuries impacted your daily life? And let's start, right after the accident. Let's take it through today. How have those injuries affected your life?
Oh, I think it's made a big difference in some of the activities that I can do. Um,
Can you be specific?
yeah, I mean, I liked to golf, and it's uncomfortable to do that.
But you've played golf since the accident, is that right?
I have,
Okay.
or I'll
But-
hit a bucket of balls.
Okay. What you said that there's consequences. What consequences do you have if you go out now and play around the golf, or you go to the driving range or whatever? Do you have any consequences as a result?
Yes, I mean, I'll hurt more, but I want to stay active. I exercise 3 to 4 times a week too. I do it with less weights, or I use the equipment there.
What are consequences, if any, from working out?
Well, I manage that so that I don't have a whole lot of pain from that, because there's already pain. So sometimes I can't do some of the weights that I used to do.
Golf, working out, what other activities? And by the way, is there anything that you just can't do now?
I can't lift up my grandbabies.
How old are your children?
Mm. The youngest one is 5. So, but he was, born during COVID.
Have you ever been able to pick them up?
Only if I was sitting down.
And golf, working out, picking up your grandchildren, any other activities that you can't do?
Mm. I try to do everything. It's not the same, but I've done, some Zumba in my exercise classes, and I can do that.
Did you scuba dive before the accident happened?
Yes.
How
And
often did you go?
I can't do that now.
Right. You can't do it, or you can do it and it's just going to hurt.
I haven't tried.
Okay. How often did you scuba before the accident happened?
I have probably been about, maybe maybe about 6 times we've gone places and that.
And has the accident changed your life in other ways? For instance, yard work, housework, anything like that?
Yeah, I don't do yard work.
Did you do it before the accident happened?
Some, I would plant flowers and I don't do that now.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your emotional and psychological distress after the collision occurred and up until today?
I think it's so frustrating to just live with the pain, what degree, whatever degree it is that day. There's always something and just searching to manage it. And just seems like there won't be ever a pain-free day.
And with your emotional status, has it stayed the same since the collision happened, or has it gotten better at all?
I get temporary relief from some of these. That's why I continue to treat.
Okay.
It's some
Yeah, but I'm
relief.
not talking about your physical injuries. I'm talking about your emotional,
Oh,
psychological injuries.
I think I've learned to deal with it.
And as far as your health leading up to the collision, you heard Adam testify that you had some hand and wrist pain.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Had that pain gone away? Had it stayed the same before the collision, right? Or on the day of the collision? Were you still having problems with your hands?
Yes.
Okay. Did they ever get better?
They are somewhat better. I still have problems with um, the left wrist here.
But again,
But-
you're not asking this jury for any money for
No.
treatment of your hands?
No.
And I think you said earlier that one of the steps you're taking to try to manage your pain is stretching. Is that right?
Is what?
Stretching, is that something that you do to try to manage your pain now?
Stretching, yes.
Okay. Any other things that you're doing these days besides that to try to help? Besides, of course, going to the doctors, but anything that you're doing yourself?
I think my exercise and that just helps with the stretches and
Do you
But-
have any idea how long the process is going to take before you get better, or do you think you're ever going to be better?
no, I think with my age, things will only get worse, and I'm exercising to kind of fight that. We lose muscle at this age so quickly. It's like you're fighting a losing battle.
And you indicated that your position with the hygienist or the dentist's office, it was a 2-day-a-week thing. It was supposed to turn into a 7-day?
Yes.
Okay.
Or 5-day.
Or 5 days, I'm sorry.
7.
And how long after the accident happened, how long a period was that before they offered you full-time?
Wow, it seems like it was right after that. He kept asking if I would go full-time, and I just,
Did
But
you
I
ever
just couldn't do-
go back full-time?
no, I didn't.
But again, you're not going to be asking this jury for money for your lost wages, is that right?
No, I'm not.
What is your opinion, based on your own personal convictions, not necessarily what a physician has told you, but what has caused your injuries in your observation with your breast, with your neck, and with your back mostly? I know there were other areas, but those seem to be the big three.
Mm-hmm. I think the car accident really did exacerbate everything, and I know it ruptured my implants.
And how soon did you know that your implants had been ruptured?
After the MRI that was done, shortly after.
And you haven't gone back to get any surgery for them, is that right?
No,
do you plan to have surgery in the future, or do you think that?
I will have to. Can't have that stuff floating around.
Let's talk about, we talked a little bit about your health before the collision occurred. The last time I think that you had any problems with your breast was back several months before. Is that right?
You're talking before,
Before the collision.
that was, yeah, well, that was 2016.
And you're,
And I had an annual mammogram
right.
and that said everything was good.
And that was in
And that was,
2018?
that was a few months before the accident, yes,
So everything checked out fine at that.
yes.
And what about your neck and back? Besides just normal pains that we all have, did you have any type of neck pain or back pain like you had after the collision happened?
No, no. I mean, I had some occasional neck pain. Just from, like I said, a long day at work, but not every day like this, and I'm not even working.
Can you let the jury know in brief detail the surgeries that you've had over the period of your life?
I had a tubal ligation after my fourth child. That was in '84. And then a breast implant placement in '86. And then the replacement in 2016 with a tummy tuck too.
Were you ever hospitalized or did you ever undergo, besides with the chiropractor, did you ever undergo any treatment for your neck or your back pain before the collision occurred? Did you see a doctor for your neck or back pain, or were you ever hospitalized for your neck or back
I was
pain?
never hospitalized.
What about for treatment?
Besides the chiropractor, probably my family care, my primary care doctor, long time ago.
For aches and
I-
pains, or
Yeah,
did you
Just-
ever have an injury that?
No. no.
Is this the only car accident you've been in where you received
It's the
injuries?
only car accident I've been in.
And with regard to the chiropractor before, was there anything that precipitated you going to see him, or was it just because you just wanted to maintain your health?
Yeah, it was just preventive maintenance.
All right, so it wasn't a situation where you were
No.
sore and then you went to
No.
see him? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Tell us about the property damage of the vehicle.
Oh, the whole front end was caved in, and of course the windshield was shattered and knocked out.
And let me ask you, do you have any idea how fast Adam was going right before this collision occurred?
Well, I'll say he wasn't speeding. Not that I looked at the speedometer, but we were not going fast, you know. The speed limit's 45. I'm sure he was adhering by that. He's very, conscious of that. And we had the puppy with us too.
Did you agree with his testimony that he threw both feet on the brake trying to stop before the
He
accident?
did. I mean, and he was yelling, I've tried to stop, I've tried to stop, and he was just doing that.
Right. And I'm curious, and I'm sure the jury is also, you've heard testimony about the amount of property damage done to the car, and we're going to show some pictures in a minute. I'm not an accident reconstructionist, are you?
No,
Okay. So I think what we're trying to get at is, do you have any idea? It was a severe impact and there was a lot of
Yes.
property damage. Do you know how there was so much property damage in the car from only going 40 miles an hour?
Well, yeah, the car was totaled.
Okay, I know that.
Where,
But I think what opposing counsel is going to be asking you is, if you're only going 40 miles an hour, okay, and you have the collision, how is there that much property damage done to your vehicle?
She's not an expert witness, can't testify to
Okay.
that.
Mr. Green, you want to rephrase?
All right. What part of your vehicle hit what part of their vehicle?
the front of our car hit the passenger side of the Jeep.
Okay. And what happened right after the impact
Yeah,
or
so
during the impact?
during the impact, so it like went under, so it just crushed the whole front of the car.
Okay, so, and I want to make sure the jury understands this. Your vehicle submarined under Ms. Buckley's vehicle?
Yeah, because the Jeep sits higher. Mhm.
And is it true, like Adam said, that basically the engine was very close to being in your lap?
That was, yes, if I remember right. I just remember all the smoke from the airbags.
Number 14. I'm going to show you what's been marked, this plaintiff's number 14 for identification. By the way, Your Honor, I'm not sure I did this, tendering number 11 into evidence.
The objection to P11.
11 is
North side, Bill,
Northside Physical Therapy.
North side hospital. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is PT.
No objection.
P11 is admitted.
Sorry. All right, I've shown you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 14. Can you please tell the jury what that is?
That's a picture of the Jeep after the accident.
And the Jeep is what Ms. Welkley was driving?
Yes,
Is that the side of the Jeep, the side that you can see, is that the side which would have had the impact or would have been?
yes.
It was that side?
Mm-hmm.
And how much property damage was done to her vehicle? And don't give me numbers, but explain how
Well,
much.
it's minor compared to, our car, but, because I think her car was drivable. I think she walked away and drove away.
And does that picture correctly portray, did you see her Jeep? So you were able to say that,
Mhm. Yes, I saw it.
okay. So does that picture accurately portray the condition that her vehicle was in right after the accident happened?
Yes.
And I'm going to tender 14.
No objection.
Admitted.
I want to try to make this as fast as possible. I'm going to give her all the rest of these.
10 through 20.
Yeah. Those are all pictures, right?
Yes.
I'll tender all these at once. Okay, I'm gonna be talking about number 15 here for just a second. Is 15 similar to 14?
Yes.
And again, does that accurately portray the way her Jeep looked after the collision occurred?
Yes.
Can you look at number 16?
Remember that. Mm-hmm. Yes.
See number 16? Okay, is that a picture of your vehicle, the vehicle you were a passenger in and Adam was driving?
Yes.
And is the police cruiser there in that picture?
Right behind. Yes.
And
Mm.
is exhibit number 15 is
Yes.
okay, all right. So does this accurately portray the way your vehicle looked after the collision occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender 15 into evidence, but not this, just the,
The actual photograph.
right, the actual
Mhm.
photograph.
All right, P 15 is admitted.
Okay. Thank you.
Consent.
And if you'll look at planner's exhibit number 17. Is this a different picture of the way your vehicle looked?
That's the same.
That is the same, but is it a different angle? Is it different from the one that's?
From the one before?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How's it different?
It's a close-up shot. You can't see the fender laying over there.
And exhibit number 18.
It's a different angle. That's the car. You can't see the windshield very well in that.
And number 18, is that the vehicle being towed from the scene?
Yes, they're putting it on the tow truck.
And number 19.
That's the front fender
Fender of whose vehicle?
of our car. Mhm.
And number 20. Is that another photograph of your car being towed from the scene?
It is. It's on the tow truck there.
And what about 21?
And 21, cars on the tow truck, and the police officer and Adam are in the picture with car parts everywhere.
Do all of those photographs accurately portray the way those vehicles looked after the collision occurred?
Yes, they do.
You personally saw that, personally
yes.
observed that? Your Honor, we're going to tender 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, they are admitted.
Mhm.
Andrea, that's all I have for you.
All right, members of the jury, I believe at this point, we've reached a stopping point for lunch, at which point we'll resume with plaintiff's cross-examination if there is any. And so to that end, as I mentioned yesterday, you can stay here if you'd like to. You can leave grounds of the courthouse to find lunch. Please don't discuss the case with anyone, or including amongst yourselves, or do any research about the case. It's now
No.
about a little bit before 12:10. So as I mentioned, we would typically break for an hour, so I'd expect to see you back at 1:10, ready to go. And with that, we'll see you back at 1:10. Thank you.
Jerry. Good, Judge.
All right, anything to take up on behalf of the plaintiff before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything on behalf of the defense? And I would expect your cross is going to last at least an hour.
Yeah.
So you said your next witness is going to be here around 2:00.
Yes, Your Honor.
So it sounds like there won't be any timing issues to worry about. And from there, that was, remind me of the name of the eyewitness.
Whitehead, Mr. Whitehead.
Mr. Whitehead, you had to then play a deposition.
Yes, sir.
And
Mr.
then-
Whitehead is going to be very quick. The deposition is only, did you figure out, like 25 minutes?
Actually 36.
36 minutes, but I think that's including cross.
Okay.
So
Are
we
there
don't
any,
have a whole lot more to go.
are there any designations or objections to the content of what's being published from the
We've
deposition?
already agreed to that and it's been redacted.
I'm gonna have to go try out things in state court. Y'all are making it too easy. All right, and then after that publication, is that plaintiff's case?
That's our case.
All right.
We're going to tender in the mortality table, but that's it. There's not going to be any testimony for that.
All right. And then to that end, it sounds like we would likely at least have an hour, maybe hour and a half to reach the defense case, just to map out the remainder of the day.
Well, our expert is about 2 hours by video.
By video.
And we'd like to have Kendall on last.
Understood. Would there be any issue with playing an hour of it, pausing it, and coming back tomorrow morning?
I would prefer to play it in full. There's a lot of treatment. I just don't want, I want them to follow the timeline. It would be our preference to play the full video in the morning if we can.
All right. Well, let's just see where we end up. Okay. So with that, we'll be back, resuming at 1:10, off the record.
Your Honor, off the record, will the court reporter, she won't need to take down because we got a video deposition, so she won't need to retake that, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. They just kind of stand by when we press play on something.
Right.
All right.
Y'all go get lunch. I'll continue to work.
Do you want?
I don't.
Okay.
But thank you.
I think I'm gonna explore the second floor today.
What's on the second floor?
I see they have different things in different areas, but I'm trying to find coffee.
Oh, okay. I bet if you ask Officer Scott, he knows all the best places.
Is the cafeteria the only place that has like different options?
What's your email?
Okay,
What's your name?
so I scanned the QR code yesterday and I saw is it like a kiosk on the second floor that has food too?
Yeah, it's like on the first floor, but it's at the government building. Like on the second floor, you get off the second floor, you take the glass railing all the way around to that, and make that left. And go until you see that tunnel.
Okay.
Walk across Prior Street, that bridge there,
Okay,
that catwalk, and that's the government building. That's the second floor you'll be on, is over there.
oh, that's far.
And what do they have?
What's the say?
What-
Say,
Same thing. Oh,
probably a different restaurant, different restaurants come in and,
Oh, okay.
set up.
Is it the same one every day downstairs?
what's that?
The same restaurant and the first floor?
It may be a different restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they'll
I'd
have
rather
something
go
for
to
you.
the shorter one.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I would too.
Are you ready to not attend?
Oh, yeah, share.
Oh, yeah.
Stop at 21.
Oh, it's okay. I wanna see, I wanna.
I really till 21, and you said they're all
Yeah,
admitted.
yeah,
Especially if you.
Okay, but wait a minute. So we got 22 admitted though, right? that goes back.
Yes.
Would
So
you use
went
my
up
little
to-
list?
You went up to 20 and 21.
Right.
evidence.
I think we'd already done
22
22
was the-
before we
yeah,
got there.
It was the very first, it was
Oh,
that
I'm
same.
so sorry. Oh,
diagram.
that's,
Yeah.
I thought you said exhibit 2. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Clarify. That was
22.
the first one. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
well, hey, thanks for staying on top of us. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, usually the church pharmacy on here.
Sure,
Or
585.
share audio.
And recess.
I think it's a setting you have to select at the time you share. Okay.
Have some to live on.
You know, is the courtroom kept open during lunch? Because I'd like to just use the restroom and come right back, if you know.
Yeah, I can ask them to leave it open.
That would be great.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be here.
Okay,
Yeah, I
yeah.
never leave. I don't believe in eating during trials.
No.
Really?
Thank you.
One of my
Headaches
superiors,
if I don't eat.
one of my superiors from 40 years ago said, every trial takes about 6 weeks off your life. And I thought he was joking then, but now I think that I understand. And you'll understand more when you get older too. You've been through a few of these.
This tax. Okay, so you're close now.
Oh, here's audio.
No, I don't think that's it. Turn that. And then the arrow next to share. Try to stop the screen share. Share sound.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
You want me to move that board?
Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we be carrying on against still?
I think so.
It's like it's paused.
She's probably asking a question.
I'm muted.
Okay. And can you tell the jury your full legal name?
Yes, Neil J. Negrin.
And that's Jay, correct?
Like I can hear it coming from your laptop, but I don't think it's that disruptive.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay, that sounds good.
so you can stop
Yes.
screen sharing and then you know what to do.
Yes.
All right. Okay, good to go. Thanks for checking it during the break.
Thought I did pretty good getting all those exhibits in as quick as I did. I was afraid that was gonna go.
No, you've got a very comfortable pace. You're very, not just easy to take, but you have a very, very professional, nice manner. There's nothing
Thank you.
offensive or, there's so many people, I live in Savannah, there's so many trials I go to, and there's just this. That's just why.
Yeah.
This is just so nice. It's,
Yeah.
and it's, it's appropriate for insurance. It's
Right, yeah.
respectable. So,
Well, I love your city. I worked at a firm 20 years ago and I was there for 20 years and we had a Savannah office.
okay.
And I became in charge of the Savannah office, although I wasn't there full time, but I was down there usually Thursday through Sundays and driving back to Atlanta on Mondays. So I absolutely loved it and got a lot of friends down there. As a matter of fact, we were at a wedding 2 weeks ago. But yeah, I mean, just love the city, love the hospitality, love the
Oh,
restaurants.
restaurants are amazing.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, my aunt just came to visit. She's 82 and I couldn't believe how much walking she did, but that's the other great thing is you can
They all back? Dale? Right. Yeah, they take every
Oh, I
one of those
know, I
things back that
know.
we just got into evidence. They take every one of those things back with them when they go. When they deliberate, yeah, at the end of the case, whenever everything is done and they go to deliberate, they take all that stuff back with them.
Muffin doesn't smell good over there.
Where your feet went through it. Yeah.
Can't really tell it.
Those are the only one, those are the closest ones we could find.
I took some, I think Adam took some.
Oh, no.
Michael will be throwing up.
Because right when we got to the emergency room, we were like,
Hey, City Court come to order.
All right. All back and ready to go? Any reason we can't proceed on the part of the plaintiff? Are we back on the record?
One housekeeping.
Yes, sir.
The eyewitness had got here before 10 or right after 10.
You want to break things up?
We talked about it and she's okay with us go ahead and getting him in and getting him out of here and then finishing the cross.
Understood. Anything else on housekeeping wise though?
That's it.
All right, I'll explain it to the jury. You can go ahead and bring him in.
Okay.
You can bring in the jury.
Yes. Go ahead and start looking. That's the diagram that you down in your pocket. So you go ahead and start looking at it so you can see where the. Okay. So just sit right in that black chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Welcome back, members of the jury. At this time, we are going to pause the examination of Ms. Pointer, the plaintiff, and due to some scheduling issues, plaintiff will have the ability to call their next witness, and then we'll resume the examination of Ms. Pointer. So from there, Mr. Green, you may call your next witness.
We're going to call Walter Theodore Whitehead.
Well, from the testimony not in this court.
Yes, sir.
It's the truth, but nothing but truth to help you.
Yes.
All right. Please stay this way. Your name. Oh, I'm speaking to the mic.
My name is Walter Theodore Whitehead.
Mr. Whitehead, good afternoon. I did not know this, but you've been sitting in the courtroom or outside the courtroom for a while. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to try to get you in and out.
Thank you.
I wanted to also start off by thanking you for staying around and being a witness for this accident, because most people would go away and not stay until the police officer got there. And then, of course, look what it's gotten you into now. You're having to come and testify and you're having to take all day to do it. But thank you so much. I know probably 90% of the people would not have done what you did, and my clients are very appreciative of you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitehead, what do you do for work?
I'm a landscaper for many, many years. I have my own landscape business.
Are you up there in Forsyth still, or?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I just live right around the corner down the street from where this happened.
Okay.
Very close.
And were you on or near Buford Highway on the 19th, 2019, June 2nd?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
You've had the opportunity to look at this diagram.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The police officer, and this was based upon what he remembered your interview with him saying, but he's got you as witness and he's got you being here that would have been behind Miss Welkley's vehicle. But that's not where you were.
No, sir,
All
that's
right.
not correct.
Can you show the jury where you were?
Absolutely. I live, down this way and I was coming, sitting here at the red light. There's a CVS pharmacy right here on the corner.
Mhm.
And I was sitting right here next to the CVS pharmacy, just staring at the red light, waiting. And I was going to go, west this way. I always do. I'm going in town this way.
Mhm.
And, and I'm just sitting here.
Were you
waiting for the red
in
light.
this lane or the turning lane? Do you remember?
I was in the turning lane.
Okay, all right, gotcha. All right. So you were at a red light, you were waiting to turn out onto, to go west, on Beaver Highway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were you headed that day?
I think I was actually going to the bank to pay my workers.
Okay. And, were you in a work vehicle at that point?
No, sir. I was in my personal vehicle, my little Mazda.
So if you look to the left, you would have been able to see Adam Lang's, car coming from your left.
Yes, sir.
And then if you look straight ahead, then you would see, where Miss Welkley was and trying to turn left. Is that right?
Well, yes, sir. She was more down, further down, and coming this way. And so it happened so fast, but they're approaching, each other like, this man's coming this way and she turned and I would have really had to kind of look back here because, she turned, right in front of me like this and they only made it to, right here. So
Okay.
when they actually hit, they were exactly in front of me, but she kind of came out of my blind sight is in, your client did this way. So they met directly in front of me.
Okay. And, did you indicate that what happened with was your vehicle actually struck?
I had glass showered all over my car. I mean, I was that close. The collision was just feet in front of my car. And I saw the up under of the girl's Jeep. It actually like went up in the air on its side in the air, just right in front of me. I was looking at the undercarriage of her car. I mean, that's how close I was.
Right. When is the very first time that you saw, her vehicle?
I guess as it just kind of made its way right in front of me, and the other vehicle came, shortly after, they just met like this right in front of me, just.
So did you see her at all before she started making the left turn?
Maybe just barely, as I was I'm looking up at the red light and she, comes out of my peripheral vision. So just a little bit coming to my right, I noticed her as she got in front of me, but it's very light traffic. So usually that's a very trafficy area there, almost always, but that day it wasn't.
Was it Sunday?
Guys, 5, 6 years ago. So I really can't
Okay.
remember exactly what day, but it was like a Sunday where it was just not many people on the road.
And, it's your testimony that she was turning left. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And, when did you first see, the vehicle Andrea was driving in or riding as a passenger with Mr. Lang? When did you first see that vehicle?
I guess just he was getting real close as she was turning and just as she was just starting to transition from straight to turning, that's when he came in, and they met directly in front of me.
Did Mr. Lang's vehicle, did he have the right of way?
I mean, it's hard to say because from where I was sitting, I'm looking at my red light directly in front of me and I couldn't really see their light on each side, you know, because it's facing east and west and I'm looking straight that way. So it's really hard to say who had the right of way. Uh, yeah, I mean, he was traveling straight. So I guess, you know, you have more of a right of way when you're traveling straight. And, um, yeah, don't think the young girl looked, you know, to see him, you know, because, uh, so it's really hard to say who I think had the right of way.
Were you able to see her in her car?
Yes, sir.
Where was she looking? Was she looking straight ahead or was she looking back to the right where our clients would have been coming from?
I think she was just kind of more looking where she was turning, you know, not really looking down a little further. I know as you get older, you know, in driving and for many years, like you look a little more, you know, you're more aware. And I know when you're younger, or you might just look at the light, you know, and not, you know, because I just always expect somebody to be coming regardless of the light. That's how I drive, you know. I'm just always scared that somebody will run a light or, you know, something. So, but yeah, I think she was just kind of more looking at where she was turning. Maybe she thought she had the light and was just paying attention to where she was going, not, you know, who was coming, maybe.
So from your perspective, and due to your observances, who do you feel like caused this accident?
I really can't say because I don't know of the light. I can't say for sure what which exact light they had because it was just kind of hard for me to see that. I know I had a red light and I'm sitting there waiting at the red light to go. And that was my main focus, just staring at the light, you know, waiting for it to change. And then, you know, all of a sudden they come in. But
Do you know how, do you know, you had the red light, you were sitting there. Did the light ever turn green after the collision happened? I mean, I'm sure it did at some point, but do you remember it turning green?
no, it was, I don't really remember because I just remember seeing the red light. And then when that happened, everything just kind of went crazy, you know, the accident and, you know, everything went haywire, you know, then. And so I really don't recall, you know, what the light was after that. Sorry.
And you said that you didn't see Mr. Lang's vehicle until almost right when the collision occurred. Is that right?
Yes, because I think I saw her a little bit better. And if I remember right, and it's been so long, but she had like a real bright colored, I want to say like a lime green or super bright, you know, colored, I think it was a Jeep, I'm pretty sure. And she was kind of a little more in front of me than the other car coming in. So I kind of saw her first, I think her car appeared first and she wasn't going as fast as he was, you know, because I don't know if she was stopped or but you know going a little slower to turn and he was, you know, carrying much more speed, you know, just going straight down the road, so he was going much faster, you know, than her turn was. So
And, and I don't want to ask you to speculate or anything, but, do you feel like that his vehicle was speeding or what is your opinion?
it's hard to say. I think I see so many people at that intersection and people go pretty fast through there, but I don't really know if he was speeding or not, but I would say he was going the speed limit or faster. You know, he
Okay.
wasn't going slow. And he
Speed limit.
wasn't, you know,
Speed limit's 40 there, is that right?
I'm not sure. I think about 40 or 45 through there, but he was going at least the speed limit, you know,
Okay.
if not even maybe a little faster, I think, from the rate at the
All right.
accident. It just seemed a little faster than the speed limit.
But again, there's no real way for you to determine exactly how fast
No,
they were
sir.
going.
I'm just kind of guessing at it. But it just seemed a little faster than You know, because when you're going the speed limit, it just seems like you're going kind of slow, you know, and he just seemed to be going a little faster than that, in my opinion. I'm not sure though.
And regardless of your impression of that speed, do you feel like that Ms. Welkley turned left in front of my client?
I'm sorry, I didn't really understand.
Is it your testimony that Ms. Welkley pulled left, went across the lanes in front of my client? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you interviewed by the police officer after the accident happened?
Yes, sir. I think I was.
And I know he got your position wrong, and there, we don't know why, that he did.
Yeah, my car never moved. It just sat there for 20, 30 more minutes,
Right.
you know, so I don't really know how he
But
got that wrong.
besides that discrepancy, is everything that you've told us here today what you told the police officer?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Did you ever make any mention to the police officer that Adam may have been going a little above the speed limit?
God, I don't remember.
Okay.
So long ago.
Do you remember hearing anybody else at the accident scene indicate or allege that he might have been going faster? Like, let me ask you a better way. Did you ever speak with Miss Welkley or hear her talking?
I did speak with her briefly for a minute. I can't really remember what was said, just seeing if she was okay and all that. But
Do you remember if she said anything about the speed at that point of his vehicle?
I don't remember anything about that. No, sir.
And last question, have you told the truth here today to the best of your ability?
Yes, sir.
That's all I've got.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Mr. Whitehead.
Hi.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you a photograph that's previously been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 15.
Mhm.
Do you recognize the vehicle in that photograph?
Yes, I do. I don't know why I was thinking it was a bright color, but
What is that photograph showing? Exhibit 15.
a silver Jeep.
Okay. And does the photograph accurately depict the property damage to my client's vehicle after the accident? From what you
What I remember, it was worse than that, but it's been so long, but I just remember it having a little more damage than that, but and that just seems like very minor damage from the accident. Just seemed like more damage than that is what I remember.
And in looking at that photograph, just so we're clear, what color is the Jeep?
It's silver.
Okay, thank you. So there's been testimony in this case, and I want to kind of walk through that with you. But you would agree that at the time of this wreck, according to that diagram,
Mhm.
You were facing east along Hog Creek Parkway or Hog Creek Circle?
I was facing north.
Okay, and the CVS pharmacy was to your right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you could see traffic flowing ahead of you and in both directions?
Yes, but it was, from what I remember, it was very light traffic at the time.
Okay, and just so we're clear, your vehicle was not behind my client's vehicle.
Absolutely not. No, ma'am.
So if the police officer testified to that, you would disagree?
Yes, ma'am.
And if Mr. Lang testified to that, you would disagree?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's true, based on your testimony earlier, that from your position, you couldn't see what color the traffic lights were for either Ms.
No,
Pointer
ma'am.
or Ms. Welkley,
No, ma'am.
correct? You could only see your own traffic light, which was red.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Okay. And it's your testimony here today that you can't determine with 100% certainty what speed the drivers were driving, correct?
No, ma'am.
But your testimony here today is that Mr. Lang was driving the speed limit, if not higher.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're not an accident reconstructionist, are you?
No, ma'am.
And you've not done any expert work on accident reconstruction?
No, ma'am.
Your testimony here today is just as a driver on the roads of Georgia.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a driver, on the roads of Georgia, would you expect a vehicle to slow down as it was approaching a yellow light?
Yes.
Okay, and that wasn't done in this case, was it? If you know.
Yeah, I really don't know what color the light was, so I'm not sure what color the light was.
Thank you. No more questions.
Any redirect on those points?
No, Your Honor. May he be excused?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead.
All right, if we could have Ms. Pointer retake the stand. All right, and ma'am, I'll remind you that you remain under oath. All right, Ms. Sanford.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Pointer. How are you?
Good, thank you.
All right, so just to go over a couple things to clarify from your direct testimony earlier with your attorney. You're not claiming a hip injury in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that out of all the doctors that you've seen, no doctor has referred you for actual surgery on your neck, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you currently live in Cumming,
I live in Canton,
Canton?
Cherokee County.
All right, and you were born and raised in Las Vegas?
Yes,
Since this accident, have you been back to Las Vegas?
yes.
Okay, how many times?
Maybe a handful of times. I have family there and a daughter. Yeah.
Okay, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Yes,
I'm going to show you what is a social media post. I believe that's yours. Can you tell the jury the date of that photograph?
and it's October 5th, 2022.
Is that a social media post of yours?
It looks like it. Mm-hmm.
Did you travel to Las Vegas in 2022?
Yes,
And what did you do when you were there?
I visit family.
Okay. And you currently don't have any family or friends that live in Fulton County? Or any connections to Fulton County where we are today?
Not in Fulton County, no.
Do you remember being deposed by my office in this case in February of 2023?
Yes,
Okay. And at that time of your deposition, you were employed full-time as a Realtor with Atlanta Communities.
yes.
When did you first start working with Atlanta Communities? Was that before the wreck?
Yes,
Were you full-time then?
yes,
Okay, so you've been full-time at Atlanta Communities since before the wreck.
yes.
Are you currently still employed full-time as a Realtor with Atlanta Communities?
No,
Also, at the time of your deposition, you were working for Chick-fil-A part-time. Is that correct?
yes,
Are you still working at Chick-fil-A part-time?
no.
When did you start working at Chick-fil-A part-time?
Mm. Trying to remember the dates. Maybe in January of 21 or
So
somewhere around
after the
there.
accident?
Yes,
Okay. And your duties in 2023, 4 years after the collision, at Chick-fil-A included catering? Is that correct?
catering, yes.
Delivery,
Hmm. Yes,
hospitality?
yes,
Do you still work part-time for Chick-fil-A?
no,
You would agree in 2021 through your deposition in 2023, your job at Chick-fil-A was a physically intensive job, correct?
to some degree,
Well, it involved lifting and bending, correct?
food, hmm,
Platters, trays,
some,
and taking trays of food from the guests,
yes,
cleaning up the dining room,
hmm,
and sometimes you would deliver.
yes.
And you drove a company car?
When I delivered, mhm.
Okay. When did you stop working for Chick-fil-A?
I think around May of the following year. I think I was there a year and a half.
So from 2021 through 2023? Sound right?
Right.
And your duties as a real estate agent included generating buyers and sellers for various sales. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when did you stop doing that?
I'm with Bolst Real Estate at this moment. Yeah. So it's another real estate agent or company. It's just a different name.
And you're full-time,
Part-time.
part-time? And to generate buyers and sellers for various properties, you would do that by making phone calls and being on the computer?
Yes.
And then outside of your job as a real estate agent, which you were before and after the accident, your job at Chick-fil-A, which was after the accident, you were a dental hygienist for how many years? 35?
I was a dental hygienist for a total of 35 years. So in May of 2020 is when I left dentistry at Sugar Hill, and I didn't work dental hygiene after that, and I let my license go 2 years ago.
Okay. And you were working as a dental hygienist at the time of this accident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And over your 35 years working as a dental hygienist, you've worked with various dental offices, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that the last dentist office you worked for or with was Dentistry of Sugar Hill?
Correct.
Now, the hand injury that Mr. Lang discussed, that you're not claiming from this accident, is that from just being a dental hygienist and working with your hands?
Yes.
And were you having issues with your hand before this accident?
Yes.
Were you having issues with your hand after the accident?
Yes. But not, now they're not as bad. I guess because I'm not doing dental hygiene.
Right. All right. So the last time you worked at Dentistry of Sugar Hill, was that in 2020?
It was.
About a year after the accident with Kendall?
Yes.
And when you stopped working at Dentistry of Sugar Hill, you were part-time at that point, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about your duties as a dental hygienist. Let's talk about your duties in 2020. That included treating patients, correct?
Yes.
Dental hygiene.
Right.
Would you take x-rays
Yes.
in 2020?
Yes.
Clean patients' teeth?
Yes.
All right. Sterilization?
Yes.
And would you agree that your job as a dental hygienist involved physical labor?
Yes.
And that included bending over patients all day?
Yes.
And let's talk about 2020. Would you work from 8 to 5?
Yeah.
2 to 3
Yes.
days a week?
2 days a week.
What days were that? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Monday, Tuesday.
Okay, so let's go focus our attention to the motor vehicle accident we're here on today. That's June 2nd of 2019. You agree with that date?
Yes.
And you were a passenger traveling eastbound on Highway 20 at the time.
Mhm.
Just to lay the foundation, I know we've gone over it a little bit, but the vehicle that you were a passenger in hit my client's Jeep on the side, correct?
Yes.
And the accident occurred around 5 p.m.
Yes.
Adam Lang was driving.
Correct.
Your feet were on the dashboard at the time of the impact.
Yes.
You had just picked Otis up from the boarding place.
Yes.
And would you agree you had been on the road about 15 minutes before the impact occurred, meaning between picking up Otis and the impact?
Yes, at least. Mhm.
And would you agree that you were familiar with the intersection where the accident took place?
Oh, yeah.
And you had been through that intersection where this incident occurred before?
Many times.
And you were familiar with the light and how the traffic flowed at that intersection?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified in your deposition that you saw my client, the driver of the Jeep, prior to the incident.
Yes.
And you can't sit up here with absolute certainty and say how fast Mr. Lang was traveling at the time of the impact, can you?
No, but I didn't look at the speedometer, but we weren't speeding.
There were only 2 vehicles involved in the accident.
Yes,
Did you ever speak with the witness, Mr. Whitehead?
no,
You did call 911
yes.
and you were still in the vehicle when you called 911?
I called 911 as I was, in the vehicle getting out when Adam was helping me out.
Okay, and you were able to exit the vehicle, Mr. Lang's vehicle at the scene, correct?
Yes,
And there's been testimony in this case that the paramedics who were responding to another accident stopped by to check on everyone involved.
yes,
And you waited at the scene for the police officer to gather his information, write a report?
right.
And Mr. Lang was able to get out of the vehicle on his own, and was he the one that opened the door for you to get out?
Yes, mm-hmm.
Okay, and did you speak to the responding police officer?
Yes. When we gave the report
Okay,
No,
but
but-
you gave your version of events to the police officer?
that I remember, yes. Mm-hmm.
You never spoke with Kendall at the scene?
No,
When asked by the responding officer if you were hurt, were your words you didn't know?
yes. I didn't know. I knew I hurt. I said, yes, I didn't know why I was hurting.
And when the EMS arrived, you didn't report any injuries to them, correct?
I just said I didn't know to them too. But
Was there,
I did say that my chest hurt. I said,
Okay.
this hurts real bad. And that was the only thing.
how many sets of EMS workers responded to the scene that you recall?
Just that one.
And you would agree that you weren't taken to the hospital by an ambulance?
Right.
You were not put on a stretcher at the scene?
No, I was not.
But the testimony in this case has been that you did go to the hospital after the accident, and that was Northside Forsyth?
Yes.
And Mr. Lang's uncle, Tom Holberg, took you?
Altenberg, I think is his name.
Altenberg?
I think.
Okay. Now, Adam testified that he drove. Is that accurate, or did Tom drive?
Tom.
Okay. Adam was a passenger?
Yes.
Did you make any other phone calls other than to 911 at the scene?
I don't think so. I don't think I called my daughter till later.
Would you agree you were in the emergency room for about an hour on the day of the accident?
At least, yeah.
Okay. And they took x-rays in the emergency room,
Yes.
and you were released that same day?
Yes.
And you were told by the hospital workers that nothing was broken, correct?
Correct.
And they checked your chest,
They took an x-ray.
and they checked your elbow,
Yes.
and you were discharged with the diagnosis of chest wall pain? Do you remember?
I don't know what their diagnosis was, but they
Didn't tell
told
you.
us to seek other care.
Did
Sure.
they diagnose you with knee pain?
Knee pain and elbow pain and chest pain.
Okay.
So they knew that.
Did anyone at the hospital go over the results of the x-rays with you?
Yes.
The x-ray of the chest was normal, correct?
Of the bones, yes.
The x-ray of the left elbow was unremarkable, correct?
Correct.
And the x-ray of the right knee was unremarkable, correct?
Correct.
All right. You testified earlier that your feet were on the dashboard and that your feet went through the windshield. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you some photographs that were previously entered into evidence. It's plaintiff 16, 17, 16, 17, 18, 20, and 21. Will you look at these photos, please? 20. What are those photographs of that I just showed you?
The car accident.
Well, specifically, what is depicted in those photos?
The damage of the car,
Who's part?
Adams.
Can you show us in those photographs where your feet went through the windshield?
They went right there. So they're not, the type of glass in a windshield doesn't break like regular glass. It kind of shattered on my
Inside?
feet.
Did you have any feet injuries from this accident?
No,
Did you have shoes on?
yes,
What kind of shoes were you wearing?
probably flip-flops.
Flip-flops?
Probably, yeah.
And the only injury that you're claiming with regard to your lower extremities was knee pain, correct?
Yeah,
You ultimately ended up having a CAT scan of your abdomen 3 days after this accident. Is that correct?
yes,
And that showed no post-traumatic injuries. Would you agree?
yes.
All right, let's fast forward in time to when you went and saw Dr. Hector. Dr. Hector is your PCP, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree you saw Dr. Hector about 3 days after the accident?
I get, if I
that
remember
sound
right,
about right?
yes.
I'm not holding you to any specific dates, just to create a time frame and a timeline for the jury. Now, you testified earlier that you had a previous history of a tummy tuck and breast implants. That's no secret. You already testified to that, correct?
Yes,
All right. When you went to see Dr. Hector, would you agree that your primary concern was about your implants from the chest pain?
yes, and the neck
Okay.
pain.
And you had issues with your breast implants before this accident, correct?
Yes,
All right. Would you agree if Dr. Hector's records notated that you were 3 days after the accident, you were walking on your own and you were moving well?
I was walking and moving, correct.
And the hospital had prescribed you some muscle relaxers. Is that true?
Yeah, I couldn't remember what they prescribed, but yes.
And you weren't taking those, were you?
Nope.
And you returned back to your chiropractor that same day, a quality of life chiropractic?
Hmm.
How long, by June 5th of 2019, how long had you been a patient on and off at Quality of Life?
I've been there about probably 18 years,
And you would go there for
just maintenance.
maintenance for your spine, correct?
Right.
When you went to Quality of Life 3 days after the accident, did you discuss your left knee pain with your chiropractor?
I think I told him about the accident and what I was feeling that day, yes.
Okay. And you were having some neck pain,
Oh, yeah.
and he had treated your neck in the past?
He adjusts the whole spine.
Okay. All right, let's now move out of June. Okay, we're going to fast forward to your treatment. Let's move to the next month, July of 2019. This is a month after the car wreck, correct?
Correct. Hmm.
It looks like you had an initial evaluation at a facility called Sovereign Rehab for your pain in July of 2019. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Now, at Sovereign Rehab, do you remember reporting to any of the treating physicians there that you had been diagnosed with a concussion? Do you ever remember telling anybody that?
I could have said that I felt like I had a concussion.
Okay, but you were never officially diagnosed with a concussion.
They did not diagnose that
Okay.
at the ER.
And following this impact car wreck with my client, you continued to work as a dental hygienist, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember reporting to your physical therapist at Sovereign Rehab at the end of July that you were stressed with work, so your neck was hurting?
Probably.
If I showed you the medical record, would that refresh your recollection, or do you agree with that statement?
I agree.
Okay. In August of 2019, 2 months after the wreck, you were treating with both your chiropractor at Quality of Life and with a physical therapist, correct?
Yes.
At Sovereign Rehab.
Mhm.
Do you recall getting x-rays of your neck in August of 2019?
Where?
At either facility? And I can tell you with specificity exactly where. Northside Hospital.
They probably at Northside, but I didn't at Sovereign or at the chiropractor.
Okay, but do you remember getting x-rays of your neck in August of 2019?
Barely, yes.
Okay. Did anybody go over the results of those x-rays with you?
I am sure.
Would you agree that the x-rays 2 months after the accident did not show an acute injury?
I don't know on that one.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Okay.
I'm going to show you a record from Northside Hospital dated August 7th of 2019. Can you tell the jury what that document is?
That's a report of the cervical spine.
X-rays?
Yes, of the x-ray. Mhm.
At the bottom of that document, there's a diagnosis or an impression of what the x-rays showed. Will you please read that for the jury?
It says no acute process, multi-level degenerative disc disease with spondylosis and spondylolisthesis appearing similar to a prior exam.
Okay. Similar to a prior exam. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you this, if you understand the question. Did those x-rays that you had 2 months after the accident show anything acute or new from the accident based
Not-
on your understanding of that record?
Not from this report.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer this medical record as Defendant's Exhibit 1.
The objection.
Don't mind.
Of course.
Thanks. Your Honor, I would object just to the extent that this is hearsay. And I know the client or my client has already testified about what's in here, but the rest of this is just all hearsay. So I would object to it.
I don't know if I need a copy. Do you want to respond to that? I would be
She's
inclined to sustain that since
Okay.
if it's being tendered, but their testimony's already come out, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right, so in 2019, in August of 2019, you also had a mammogram, correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember anyone going over the results of that mammogram with you?
My doctor.
Okay,
Mm.
and did it show silicone in the right breast from the implant rupture before the accident?
Yes, but it was because of the implants that were placed in 2016 were completely ruptured, and even the silicone casing had dissolved in there. So there was silicone everywhere, and the surgeon removed and had to scrape out everything that she could. So there was some remaining little bits here and there.
Okay. All right. let's fast forward to your rehab at Sovereign Rehab in August of 2019. So we're now 2 months post-rec. Do you recall reporting to your therapist at Sovereign Rehab in August of 2019 that your neck was better after treatment, but that it returns with work?
Probably, yes.
Moving to 3 months out, September of 2019, you presented to a new facility called Southern Crescent for neck pain. Dr. Wang.
Oh, Dr. Wang? Was that where he was? I thought his was Georgia Neurology, or
It may have changed names. This was a while ago.
I don't remember Southern Crescent.
And it's true that Dr. Wang told you to take some leave and continue with your chiropractic. Correct?
I don't remember him saying that, but he was the one giving me injections in my neck and traps.
And you continued with your rehab in September of 2019 at Sovereign?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember in September of 2019 reporting to your physical therapist at Sovereign Rehab that your neck was feeling better overall?
I probably did. Some days were better.
Okay, and we don't need to look at the record, correct? You would agree with that statement?
At times it was better when I went in, and then it was
So
worse.
even though you were reporting you were better, you continued to receive the chiropractic treatment, correct?
Yes,
Now, by this point in time, are you treating with the chiropractor like you were before for maintenance, or you're treating?
you know, this is never going to get better. It's just going to continue to get worse as I age, I think. But it's like you might be better for a morning, in the afternoon it's worse, or better on a day. It just, you know, it's always going to be, there's always going to be pain. And I try to live my life and have some quality of life.
Dr. Wang started giving you right shoulder injections in September of 2019. Is this a new injury for your shoulders?
No,
When did you first report shoulder pain?
I don't know why he said shoulder. I think it was the traps up here.
And you were getting left shoulder injections as well?
He did it on both sides of my spine.
All right. 4 months post-accident, October of 2019. You're still treating with Sovereign Rehab, correct?
Yes,
And do you remember reporting that your neck pain was better, but was aggravated by working as a hygienist?
I don't know if I reported it every time, but I'm sure it was aggravated. Because it hurt worse when I worked.
Do you need to see the record to see if you told the therapist that?
No,
Okay. All right. And just to speed things up, I mean, you continued to treat at Sovereign Rehab throughout 2019, correct?
yes,
And you continued to receive injections from Dr. Wang in 2019.
yes,
And you continued with the chiropractor in 2019.
yes.
Do you remember reporting in November of 2019 that you were working more, so your neck was more sore?
I wasn't working. I was still just working 2 days a week. But I don't know if she knew I was a hygienist, and she probably assumes that everything was from that. But it was always exacerbated, you know, from the auto accident.
So
It didn't hurt continually like that before.
okay. May I approach the witness? This is a treatment note from November 22nd of 2019. And under patient status, can you read to the jury what the therapist indicated?
She says patient reports that she's been working more this week, so her neck is more sore.
Okay.
Working at what? Dental hygiene or real estate?
But you didn't discuss the motor vehicle accident with her on that date. You discussed work, correct?
Oh, the reason I even went there was because of the accident.
Okay.
Hmm.
Now, in December of 2019, you reported a new pain complaint, which was the left hip pain. You've already told the jury that you're not claiming the left hip from this accident. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So move forward to 2020. You're still treating with Dr. Wang. Is that correct?
I can't remember when I stopped. I think so. I think I
Okay.
treated with him for that time.
And that was for the trap pain where you were getting the injections. Is that correct?
Neck and traps, yes.
Okay. And you were still in chiropractic and rehab, correct?
Correct.
By January of 2020, you were still working as a hygienist, weren't you?
I was up until, and then COVID hit. So we were closed for a few months, like March through May. I want to say I came back and worked for a time right after that, and then I didn't return.
When you were working as a hygienist in January of 2020, doing that type of work would increase your pain. You would agree, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, we're now about 7 months post car wreck with Kendall. You're still treating for injuries related to the car wreck, or are you treating with injuries from working as a hygienist? Is it a combination of both?
A combination of both at that point, because the car accident exacerbated it and it continues to hurt.
Okay, but you would agree, based on the records I've shown you to date, that the rehab records are really only discussing work. The physical therapy records that I've shown you.
What you've shown me, yes.
I'm going to show you a record dated 12/19 of 2019. May I approach the witness? Can you read to the jury the patient's status?
Patient reports she had more injections last week and her neck is feeling a little better with work.
With work.
With work.
Okay. You were discharged from Sovereign Rehab in March of 2020. Is that correct? Do you remember?
I don't know when. Katie left Sovereign and went to work for Northside Rehabilitation, and I followed her to that facility.
Okay. When you were discharged from Sovereign Rehab in March of 2020, did you still maintain your chiropractic treatment at Quality of Life?
Yes,
And you continued the chiropractic March, April, May, June of 2020,
to
correct?
this day,
You're still in chiropractic.
yes, and in rehab.
And you were receiving chiropractic treatment weekly at that point in 2020?
Not always, but at least a couple times a month anyway.
And you were
That
still
sounds-
working?
In March, did you say?
March, April, May, June of 2020?
No, because COVID and the office was closed for 2 months there.
Okay, so you weren't working as a dental hygienist. Were you selling real estate?
I was at that point helping Adam get his house on the market.
What about Chick-fil-A? Or had you not started?
No.
there yet?
No, I hadn't.
Do you remember initiating new treatment, being released from Sovereign Rehab in March of 2020, and then starting back as a new patient in June of 2020?
With the physical therapy?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. And this was after you were discharged. You ultimately ended up returning, correct?
yes.
Okay. And the reason for you reinitiating physical therapy was you had some more increased pain in your neck, correct?
Continued pain, and Katie did the dry needling, which helped temporarily.
Okay. And were you working at that point in time when you reinitiated rehab in June of 2020?
Not as a dental hygienist. I didn't work any longer after that.
Okay, but as a realtor.
Yes.
All right, so throughout June of 2020 and July of 2020, you're still in rehab and you're still in chiropractic. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you in August of 2020, it looks like that's when you initiated the telehealth visit with Dr. Foster at Emory. Now, at this point in time, in looking at the medical records, you're claiming radicular symptoms down your arms. Does that sound right?
I had some.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that over time, the pain had changed and it started radiating. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that by the time you saw Dr. Foster in August of 2020, this is a new symptom, radiculopathy?
I don't know that it's new, extended.
You hadn't complained about it before, had you?
Right. Or it wasn't noted.
The first time you received an MRI of your neck in this case was over a year after the accident. Is that correct? An MRI of your neck.
I thought I had one shortly after when I did the MRIs of the abdomen and chest.
Did anyone go over the results of the MRI of your neck with you?
I'm sure they did.
Do you know what the results were?
Not that I can pronounce all the words. But it's very similar to the one report you have here.
Did any doctor tell you you had multi-level degenerative changes in your neck?
Yes.
Did any doctor say that you had any acute issues in your neck from this car accident?
I don't remember if there was that statement.
Did Dr. Foster ever diagnose you with degenerative disc disease?
She may have called it. I don't remember that either. I went to her for that procedure and that was it. So I don't remember that.
Did she ever say you had a degenerative condition in your neck?
I don't recall.
Back in 2013, you went to Northside Hospital for x-rays of your neck. Is that correct?
I saw the report, yes.
Who sent you there?
Back then, Dr. Magali would have been my doctor.
Who's Dr. Magali?
He was my primary care at that time.
And what was going on with your neck back in 2013?
It was hurting.
Did you injure it? Was it from work? Or do you not know?
Probably more muscle related, yeah.
Prior to this accident, had anybody ever diagnosed you with degenerative disc disease or arthritis
I have arthritis in my hands.
in your hands?
Mm-hmm. But
Did
not,
your chiropractor or your primary care physician ever say you had degenerative disc disease in your neck?
not that I recall. But
Okay. And the x-rays from 2013 at Northside Hospital that showed degenerative changes back then. Did any doctor go over those results with you?
He probably did. I'm sure they do. Always.
Fast forward to 2 years after the accident. Okay, by January of 2021, you're still receiving rehab and going to chiropractic, correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, are you relating all this treatment still to the car wreck with Kendall, or is this purely maintenance?
It's from the car accident. Of course, the chiropractor, I had care before and during and after. So there was still discomfort continued, just more.
Did any doctor of yours relate the treatment that you received in 2020 and 2021 to this car accident with Kendall? Or is this just your testimony here today?
No, yes, it's related to the accident because that's how I presented it.
That's how you presented it. Okay. I noted in one of the records in February of 2021, your hand was in a cast. And noted in the record, your neck was more sore from having to use the other hand more. What was going on with your hand in February of 2021?
I had surgery on this finger, and they put my whole arm in a cast.
All right. And throughout the year, I mean, the jury's going to have the bills. Throughout 2021, you continued throughout the whole year with the same treatment with the chiropractor and the therapist, correct?
Correct.
In April of in 2022, you report worsening neck pain to your primary care physician, Dr. Hector. What is that from? In 2022.
Just residual pain from the accident.
And then you start treating at a new facility, Northside Forsyth Rehab, and you treat there through 2022. Is that correct?
That's where Katie left Sovereign and went to Northside, and I continued treatment with her there.
When you saw Dr. Willett at Resurgence in June of 2023, and the jury's going to see the video deposition of Dr. Willett, that was nearly 4 years after the accident with Kendall, correct?
Yes.
And when you saw Dr. Willett, you were reporting low back pain. Would you agree?
Yeah, that was initial. Katie referred her for me to go check out because I was having still so much continued pain with just the physical therapy. She thought I needed more.
But the low back pain radiating down the left leg, that's a new pain complaint. Wouldn't you agree?
New for treatment. Mhm.
New for treatment, 4 years after the accident.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Willett send you for an MRI of your lumbar spine in October of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And did she go over the results with you?
Yes.
Did it show degenerative issues in your lumbar spine?
I believe so.
And I know you told Dr. Willett that the low back pain radiating down the left leg happened after the accident, but can you tell the jury where you complained of that before October of 2023?
I don't know that I complained of that specifically going down my leg. My lower back pain was there, and that's when at the chiropractor with adjustments, it helped relieve that.
Okay, and you even continue this treatment for your low back going down the left leg into 2024, is that correct?
I don't know.
Still treating?
For that. She did an epidural.
Okay, and did that help?
Yes.
And Dr. Willett sent you for an MRI of your neck in February of 2024. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And what did it show?
Do you have the report? You want to tell me? I don't.
I mean, I can just ask you if you know what it showed.
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Would it be incorrect if it showed degenerative disc disease in your neck in 2024?
Probably correct.
And you like to golf, correct?
I golf some. Yeah, I like golf.
And as of October of 2022, you were still golfing?
No, I haven't played a game. I've hit some balls.
Okay. And you moved after this car wreck with my client?
Yes,
Okay. And when you were deposed in February of 2023, you testified that there were no activities that you could no longer do from the wreck. Do you remember saying that?
no, but
If I show you your deposition testimony, would that help? Yes?
I will do all the activities I can.
Okay, that's my
even
question.
with pain, yes.
There's no activities that you can no
Mhm.
longer do.
If I choose to have the pain, I'll do it. Mhm.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? This is an index of some trial exhibits we previously sent to your attorney. If you could turn to tab number 1 and just tell me where you're looking for.
That is the report that Dr. Magali,
Okay. And so you presented to Northside Hospital back in 2013 for the x-rays of your neck, correct?
correct.
Okay. And in looking at that report, it showed degenerative changes in your neck back in 2013, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd like to mark this as Defendant's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
We already had, with this
I
is,
will, I withdrew it.
okay, new D1. All right, any objection to this newly marked
It's,
D1?
it's, Your Honor, it's still kind of the same thing. I don't mind the client testifying to it, but there's a lot of hearsay in here.
There's a certificate of authenticity
Okay.
from the records custodian affidavit, all in that
Do you need
notebook.
to review what
I
the
sent it
extra,
to him.
you've got a
She's-
copy?
She's already sent that to me.
All right, so do you have take any issues with the certification that accompanies it?
No.
All right, then it's submitted over objection.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. If you turn to tab 2, please. Okay. Can you look at that document in tab 2 and tell me what that document is, please?
This is a report of a mammogram screening,
Okay. And that was from what year?
2018, December.
Okay, all right. And is there a highlighted portion for you?
No,
Okay, can you turn to the next page? Okay. So in 2018, you had the mammogram at Northside Hospital, correct?
yes, I do those annually.
Okay. And in that document, does it show the interscapular rupture of the left breast implant from what you can tell in reading that document?
No, that wasn't ruptured. That they're saying they see, let me read that, silicone extravasation. They see parts of the silicone around, but there's no rupture.
Okay, so that was from a prior incident, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Your Honor, we're going to offer, we'd like to mark that as defendant's exhibit number 2 and offer it into evidence. Same thing, there's a records custodian
Yeah,
affidavit.
no objection, Your Honor.
It's submitted.
Okay. And in 2016, you had that surgery that you discussed earlier for the leaky breast implants, correct?
Yes.
And that was also at Northside Hospital.
yes,
Okay. You would agree that before the accident with my client, you did have some neck issues?
yes,
Okay.
from time to time. Mhm.
And you would agree that before the accident with my client, you did have some prior issues with breast implants?
Yes,
Okay. May I see that notebook for a second? Thank you. I'm going to show you what the defense is marking as Defendant's Exhibit 3. Can you identify this photograph for us, please?
That is, I'm at the Battery at a baseball game with Adam and Brandy and Leanne.
Okay, and what date is that photograph taken?
It is in July 2019.
So a month after the accident,
Um,
you went to the baseball game.
yes,
Okay, all right. And then I'm going to show you what, and Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Defendant's Exhibit 3 into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 3.
Any objection to D3?
No objection. Your
It's
Honor.
submitted.
Okay. I'm also going to show you another photograph. Can you tell the jury what this is a photograph of?
that is my friend Shelley and I at Brooklyn Cantina.
Okay, and what is the month of that photograph?
That is July 2019.
Okay, and what are you doing in that photograph?
We went to eat at the cantina after our workout class.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this record into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 4.
No objection.
D4 is admitted.
Okay. And then can you tell the jury what this is a picture of?
This is a picture of the girls in my Zumba class.
What is Zumba?
It's kind of a dance exercise,
What is the month of that photograph
and that is August.
of 2019?
Yes,
So you were doing Zumba in August of 2019?
yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we'd like to mark that as Defendant's Exhibit 5, that photograph, and offered into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And this is the last two photos. I think they're from the same day. We'd like to mark it as Defendant's Composite Exhibit 6. If I may approach the witness. Can you tell the jury what that's a photograph of?
Adam and I went to the East Lake PGA Championship
Golfing?
golf tournament.
Golf?
Golf
Okay.
tournament. I wasn't golfing, I was watching.
You were watching. What's the date of that photograph?
That is the August 2019.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer this record into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 6.
No objection.
Admitted.
At this time, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect on those points?
Just real quickly. Did you do any strenuous activity when you went to the Braves game
No,
or so
I
after?
watched the game.
What about when you went to Brooklyn Cantina to have lunch?
No strenuous activity.
And what about the golf outing that you went to watch golf? Was that strenuous at all?
No, just watching,
There was some walking involved.
walking. Mhm.
Did you experience any pain afterwards?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And insofar as the Zumba workout, can you let the jury know exactly what that entailed and was that strenuous for you? I think it was a couple months after the accident happened.
Yeah, the Zumba is just exercising, which I will continue to do the rest of my life, and that's to help try and keep me healthy and strong so that I don't have worse pain than I have.
Where were these pictures generated from?
Facebook,
And that was your Facebook page?
yes,
So they're open for everybody to look at.
yes.
With regard to this treatment in 2013, where you went to the doctor and you were having some neck pain, I don't see any other records associated with that. Did you ever start a course of treatment or anything?
No, I didn't even remember that. So
So
long
this
ago.
was a one-time thing. You went to this doctor, you told him you were having some neck pain?
And he recommended, yeah. that.
Okay. And did you have an accident or some kind of an injury that caused you to have to go because of your neck? Or was it just like regular kind of, like you said earlier, just regular kind of neck pain?
Yeah, just regular neck pain and
So no trauma to it?
no trauma.
Okay, all right. And again, insofar as you remember, was there any other treatment with your neck prior to this accident other than this one little thing in 2013? Was there anything else in your history before the collision happened? When you got treatment, I know you've had some headaches and neck aches like we all do, but as far as getting treatment, do you remember anything else other than this 2013 episode?
No, I don't.
When you left physical therapy and then you reported as a new patient later on in June of 2020, 2020, when you reported as a new patient, does that mean that you had some new injury that happened in between the time that you were in physical therapy and then you started as a new patient in physical therapy? Can you explain to the jury what that means?
I just followed Katie to her new facility, and so I had to go through the new patient process there.
So you were
Sure.
admitted as a new patient to the new facility.
Right. She knew my history and what was going on, and so I wanted to continue to do therapy with her.
And with regard to Dr. Willett's treatment of you, um, this wasn't the first time that you had had low back pain. Is that right?
Right.
So you had been treating for low back. So this was not a new a new complaint for you. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right,
Yeah.
grounds?
It's a little bit leading. I'll
All
agree.
right, he's withdrawing or rephrasing.
Okay. With regard to your treatment with Dr. Willett, was this the first time that you had complained about low back pain when you went in to see her, or had you had complaints of low back pain before you went to see her?
I had low back pain before.
Okay. And with regard to what we're calling radiation into your leg,
Mhm.
Was that a new complaint, as Ms. Sanford asked you?
That was kind of the newest thing at that moment, that Katie referred me to Dr. Willett, because the back pain seemed worse than it had been.
Do you feel like your back pain is what caused ultimately this pain to go into your leg?
Yes.
All right, that's all I've got, Your Honor.
Recross?
Yes, I just want to clarify, Ms. Pointer. The jury will have the records and showing that you had an X-ray of your neck in 2013. You said there was no other treatment, but you testified previously that you were maintaining with a chiropractor for all these years later.
True. I just,
Was prior.
but I wasn't going because of pain with him. It was a maintenance that had been going even before, well before that.
But a chiropractor treats the spine,
Does,
from the
yes.
neck to the low back.
Yeah,
And your chiropractor treated your spine from the neck to the low back, whether for maintenance or an injury. Is that correct?
right.
All right, Ms. Pointer, you can step down.
Thank you.
Anyone on the jury needs a minute? Plaintiff may proceed. Okay, understood. All right, let's take a short 5. We'll be ready when you tell us now.
For the jury.
Yeah. Yeah. Ms. Sue can help you with that also. Maybe pulling up the,
I think I'm gonna share my screen to pull up the deposition video. This screen hasn't been on all day, so we haven't been able to see the Zoom. So if we could get that turned on.
Did you try pressing the button on that?
No, it's on. It's just the Zoom isn't connected to it. It's just the Fulton County screen. No. Okay, it's on. Then I share my.
I look okay for them?
Yeah, definitely test the audio though.
Yeah, we're gonna pull it up right now just to make sure.
I just get suit up to go out.
He wants to check to make sure that the audio works.
Oh, yes.
Pointer on the play device.
Yeah, we're getting reverb here.
Stop sharing and then try sharing again, and there should be an option to share your audio. You might have to click on the arrow next to share screen.
Okay.
You see it?
Yes. How do I stop sharing?
Should be the right button. It should be the same button. Or on the top.
Oh, yes. Oh, right there.
You can restart. Sharing again.
Oh, computer audio? What is?
It's weird because it should have the check. Share screen. Nothing up for you. There we go. So share sound, you want to click that
Okay.
and then click share. See if that works.
Case, this is personal injury case.
In your honor.
Sure.
Oh,
Council's not here, but
yeah, never mind. I'll wait till she gets back. Or do you mind just, all I was gonna say is, do you mind if the judge explains to them that this is our doctor, but because they're gonna hear Beverly Adams is the one that was deposing her? So is it just okay for him to say Beverly Adams was an attorney with Jim and that's where this deposition is coming from?
So this is the doctor?
No, yes, this is a doctor. Yeah, yes, yeah, this is Dr. Willett.
what I would say, Mr. Green, is I've introduced this before at other civil trials by saying plaintiff is now going to publish a deposition. You should treat that the same as you would live testimony. And if you have some other kind of like, window dressing you want to say before, as you call your next exhibit,
I
You
think
know,
that's enough.
introduce a deposition recorded by prior counsel and so you can do
Okay.
that.
All right,
We'll see all this again when Ms. Sanford gets back.
all right. Thank you. Yeah, I don't blame. We are sure this is the one with the redactions, right?
Yes.
The indigency thing. Yep, today I learned that's a statute, so.
Yeah.
I think we've been signing
Well,
those
we knew that
from presiding.
before.
I just never actually
Tonight.
had ever pulled the statute to
Because
see.
it's notarized. I think it's sufficient. I
It
didn't want to
is.
spend like a whole lot of time.
No, it's sufficient.
I just didn't want to.
Just, it's, we could pull her in for a hearing, but we could also just grant it.
Now that grants all. I think
Well-
she asked for not just.
With filings, why should you have to pay anything else? After you do your filing fee, you don't have to be, you're not charged every time you file something.
Are you not?
No, I think you
I'll just
just,
more sympathetic.
every time you file into a case, you're saying you get charged?
Some people are.
That's news to me. That was just when you kick it off.
No, you do get charged each time.
Every time you file a motion or notice, the clerk's office is charging
You'd
you?
be surprised how much. our
And don't you have to
But I
pay
think he
full
hates
up
us
from the
because of
document?
this, you know.
I thought every time you just pulled a document.
Every time.
That's what I remember.
Every time I get a new lawsuit,
I
I.
think I'm
pull
gonna
all the
regret that I didn't
pleadings
cut
and
him.
pay for every individual.
Because remember, he was on our list of guys.
That I knew,
Yeah.
just to look at one, but you're saying every time you file a motion,
Because when I file orders, we get the fee waived.
I'm just used
because
to,
I'm staff.
I mean, and as the state, you can just file stuff all day. I didn't know
Oh,
that.
well.
That's my background. Wow, what a racket.
I think
How much is
So
it?
do you want to encourage her to keep? I mean, it's been a while since I guess it would be better.
How much do they charge you?
I was gonna say, I didn't want to interrupt.
We're off topic here.
Okay,
It's about $75.
this is off the record. So this is gonna last about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
That's gonna put us around, 3:45 something, or 3:45, 4 o'clock. This is gonna be it for us. So what is your plan?
So what I would say is, yeah, we'll just go ahead and have you rest on the record. If there are motions that need to be made, we can preserve those for the record as well. And then we'll call it a day. The direct and cross of Miss Welkley, is that any time anticipated?
Very, very quick for me, Your Honor.
I was going to recommend that I think if we were, this video is really short. If
Mhm.
you rest, we might be able to play Negra. I think it's an hour and 40 minutes. And then just do her at the end.
Negra's an hour and 40, and then you got, I guess, it sounds like maybe an hour?
No, this is like 30 minutes.
No, I'm saying for your client,
Oh, how long, John?
direct and cross.
Probably between 10 to 20 minutes.
Probably 10 minutes.
Cross is 5 or less.
That puts us at kind of awkward timing in terms of like a charge conference going into closings. At this point, I would say tomorrow morning gets filled up with the 2-hour video and then her testimony. That puts us at breaking for lunch. They can go on a longer lunch. We do our charge conference, come back and start closings at like 1:30 or 2 o'clock.
I think that's great, but the more time that we can have between the charge conference and giving our closings, the better for me.
Is there a particular charge that is, really a
There's really not,
paradigm
it's
shift
just,
for you?
well,
or-
here's one of the things, a lot of times, like I've got a charge and you might say that you want to give it a little bit differently. And it's important for me at that point to ask Ms. Sue or someone to email us directly what you're going to read to them, so we can have it to put up, whenever I'm talking to the jury about it. So I just wanted to make sure that that's the time consuming thing.
No, understood. And we're going to give you a written copy. We send one out with them. We'll send that to you through email. And if we've got a little bit of time here too, we can have a preliminary charge conference if there are certain non-pattern charges that you want to talk through, because otherwise I'm likely to be sticking to the pattern. It doesn't sound like there's too many extraneous issues here to run down.
There's not.
So why don't we try that? Maybe try to plaintiff had some non-patterns we'll talk through. So we could maybe work through to make our charge conference a little more efficient tomorrow.
Okay,
With the time for today.
okay.
Start fresh with defense case.
So we anticipate getting the case to the jury tomorrow.
Certainly sounds like it. And afternoon closings.
So are you going to play Negrin today then?
No, he said.
Yeah, I think we can still use the time today productively, but we'll
Okay.
just have the evidence fill up the morning.
Okay,
And so then they only have one break for us to do lunch and the charge.
sounds good.
All right. So with that, before they come back in, we're all back on the record. And the plaintiff had requested just kind of an introduction that we're now proceeding by way of deposition. So he had mentioned, I guess, in introducing it, maybe the date and who conducted it. And then I offered that I have a pattern charge saying that deposition testimony is considered the same as live testimony that I was going to offer, but up to the whims of the parties here. All right. So with that then, Deputy Scott, if there's nothing else, you can bring back the jury.
Glad to see that frozen picture of
Oh, I
her.
know.
Your Honor, you said you give the jury a copy of the charges?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll mark that as an exhibit, as a court's exhibit. I'll tender it, and it'll be them all consolidated. First, I'm going to give you a packet for our charge conference of all them sequentially, everything that's been submitted, and we can work through them. But then I scrunch it all down.
Okay.
All right.
After the jury.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Scott. All right, members of the jury, to confirm with the parties, I want to give you an outline of where we are. I believe that plaintiff will next be introducing some evidence by way of a recorded deposition. And a deposition is a prior testimony given by a witness in this case. And I would charge you that and instruct you that deposition testimony is entitled to the same consideration as live testimony. And you must judge it in the same way as if the witness was testifying in court. As I understand it, the presentation next will last approximately 30 minutes, give or take.
35, 36
And
minutes.
after that, I believe the plaintiff is resting their case where we are. And so it'll be an early excusal for today. And I do believe on how we've calculated it that we should be hearing closing arguments by tomorrow afternoon and the case would be in your hands. As exactly when that happens, I don't know yet, but I'll continue to keep you updated. So with that, Mr. Green, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to call Dr. Kristen Willett via videotape deposition. Deposition was taken on December the 5th, 2024. And my colleague, Beverly Adams, is the one who was asking the questions in this deposition. So you see the doctor right here, and I don't think you'll see Beverly, but she's going to be the one asking questions.
All right. Does this need to be noted, or you need to know what portions of it anyway? You've preserved that in some way working through counsel?
We've preserved everything. I think
Agreement as to what's being.
we're all
right.
good.
You can publish that at this time.
Okay.
As I mentioned, I am one of the attorneys representing Andrea Porter, the plaintiff in this case. This is a personal injury case. I'm going to ask you a series of questions regarding the medical care that you provided Ms. Pointer in the past, as well as some questions regarding other records you may have reviewed in preparation for your deposition. If for any reason you need to take a break, please let me know. We can take a break. This is not an endurance contest, and I, quite frankly, tend not to take very long depositions. For the benefit of the court reporter, would you please spell your name?
Sure. Kristen, Kristen, Willett, Willett.
Right. And you are a doctor of osteopathy, is that correct?
Correct.
Just for the benefit of the jury, can you explain what the difference is in an MD and a DO? I know what it is, but I get that question a lot.
No problem. Our medical training is the same, but in addition, we do laboratories to learn how to do osteopathic medication or manipulation and medication, which is adjustments and whole body alignment, that type of thing.
And do you work with any particular group of physicians?
I work at an orthopedic practice and I specialize in spine.
All right. And do you work for resurgence? Is that right?
Yes, correct.
You're licensed to practice in Georgia.
Yes.
And how long have you been a practicing physician in the state of Georgia?
Let's see, Georgia, I got here in 2007 and graduated from my fellowship in 2007, and I've been here since 2003.
Okay. Where did you receive your medical training?
My medical school was Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, and then I did my residency and fellowship at Emory.
And what was your focus in your residency and fellowship?
Physical medicine and rehabilitation.
And do you have any specialties or board certifications?
I'm board certified in physical medicine and rehabilitation, but in that arena, I specialize in spine, non-operative spine.
And are you a member of any medical societies?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Academy of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation and the Spine Injection Society.
And where do you currently have any hospital privileges?
Northside Hospital.
Now, Dr. Willett, have you had occasion to treat Andrea Pointer as a patient? She's the plaintiff in this case.
Yes.
And when is the first time that you had occasion to examine Ms. Pointer?
I believe the first time was June of 2023.
And how did she become your patient? Was she referred to you by someone, or was she a self-referral, or do you recall?
That's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, that's fine. So on that initial visit, what were her complaints?
She complained of neck and low back pain. That was her primary complaint.
And to what did she attribute those symptoms, if anything?
She attributed it to a motor vehicle collision that she said had been about 4 years prior, is what I wrote down.
Okay. And on that initial visit, did she provide you any information as to any prior treatment she had received for her symptoms?
She didn't really give me information about the prior treatment. She just wrote down a couple of doctors that she had seen.
Did she bring any records with her?
I did not see any records that pertain to the injury at that time.
And you conducted a physical examination of Ms. Pointer?
Correct.
And based on that physical examination and your conversation with Ms. Pointer, what was your initial assessment of the issues that you needed to address?
So at that point, her biggest complaint seemed to be her lower back and some pain that was going down her leg. So on that day, we addressed some of the leg pain by giving her an injection in the bursa on the outside of her hip joint. on the left side. And then we changed her medication, her anti-inflammatory medication, which is a medication, again, of course, for inflammation, similar to Advil or Aleve, but a longer acting prescription strength version. And then I told her to give it a try, see if that worked over the next 2 weeks, and that if we didn't feel like she had improved, we'd get an MRI of her lower back to see if that was the contributing source.
Now, you mentioned an anti-inflammatory. What specifically did you prescribe?
It was meloxicam.
And when is the next time that you saw Ms. Pointer?
The next time that I see in my notes is the 17th of October of 2023.
And on that occasion, how did she advise it about the success or lack thereof of the injection that you'd performed?
At that point in time, she said that it had helped, but that by then the pain was worse again.
So at that time, was her primary complaint still her lower back, or was it some other area of her body?
Per my note, I said lower back and left leg pain at that time.
And on that visit, I know that you'd indicated that you had prescribed meloxicam. On that visit, did you prescribe any additional medications?
Nothing additional. This is where we then order the MRI of the lower back.
Okay. And what were the results of that MRI study?
So the MRI did show that she had degenerative changes, which I think we all know. At L4-5, which is the second to bottom level in the lower back, she had an anterolisthesis, which is when one bone slips forward of the other. In her case, just a grade 1, so it was less than 25%. She also had arthritis in the joints, both the right and the left. The right was worse than the left. She also had some degeneration of the disc space and a smaller listhesis at the very bottom disc space at L5S1.
And at the time of the MRI, how old was Ms. Pointer?
Oh, here we go with some math. 69. So, oh, well, 69 could be what she is today. You know, the notes don't print quite as pretty as what happens in real life. Let's see on my note. 68.
And based on that visit, did you make any recommendations as to how to help her with her pain?
I did. At that point in time, she continued the meloxicam, and we ordered an injection at that L4-5 area on each side, the right and the left.
Okay. And when, if ever, did you perform that injection or that series of injections?
That was done in November. Let me find the exact date. November 30th of 2023.
And was that an outpatient procedure?
Yes.
And my notes indicate that that was a lumbar translaminar epidural steroid injection. Could you explain exactly what that means for the benefit of the jury?
Sure. It was a lumbar transforaminal epidural steroid injection. So the foramen is where the nerve exits the spine. And the epidural just refers to the space around the nerve. So it went to the space around the nerve as the nerve exits the foramen on each side of the spine.
And what is your goal in providing that injection?
So what is injected is a steroid, which is used to reduce the inflammation that gets trapped in the spine, and then also a little bit of numbing medicine for the comfort of the patient. But the steroid is the real treatment. So the hope was to relieve some of the irritation of the nerve.
And after that procedure, when was the next time you saw Miss Pointer?
Looks like the next time was 2 months later, January 30th, 2024.
And on that particular visit, what were her complaints, if any, about her lower back?
She had the same complaints as previous. She said the injection helped for 2 months, but the pain had started to return. And then she also complained, stated, I guess complaint is not maybe the word, but she said that she wanted to focus on her neck pain at that point in time. She had been doing the physical therapy, and that seemed to be bothering her more than the back, or she wanted to prioritize it at that point.
And on that visit, did you prescribe any other medications other than the meloxicam?
I did. Looks like I added a muscle relaxer, methocarbamol is the name of it.
Okay. And at the conclusion of your assessment, what were your recommendations to Ms. Pointer with regard to the pain that she was experiencing?
The medication, of course, continuing the physical therapy, and then an MRI of her cervical spine, her neck.
So you ordered an MRI, and what were the results? Was that that was an MRI of her cervical spine? Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And what were the findings on that MRI?
So she had the facet arthritis again in several levels of her neck. She also had some bulging discs, which is when the discs lose a little bit of their the strength of the wall and they pancake out a little bit into the spinal canal. The combination of those two things caused some narrowing or stenosis around the foramen, which again is where the nerves exit the spine. And she had that at 4 levels, C3-4, C4-5, C5-6, and C6-7. The worst of it looked to be at C5-6.
And based on the results of the MRI, what recommendations did you make to Ms. Pointer?
Okay, get to that one. So at that point, let's see, I saw her back for review at the end of February, February 29th, 2024, and I recommended an epidural injection in her neck.
And did you in fact perform an epidural injection in her neck?
Yes, she did end up having one April 17th, 2024.
And after that injection, did she return to your office for any follow-up visits?
She did. I saw her in June 25th of 2024. That was the next time I saw her. Same complaints. She did say the injection in her neck was very successful and gave her great relief.
But was her neck still giving her, was it still hurting?
It still had some pain, but at that point in time, her major complaint returned to being her lower back.
And what recommendations did you make with regard to her lower back complaints?
So at that point in time, her lower back, we recommended another epidural. This time it was worse on the right side, so we did the injections on the right side at L4 and L5.
And have you seen her since June of 2024?
I saw her a couple more times, yes. I saw her in September for the injection that we ordered. And then she followed up, let's see. Looks like she followed up on September 16th. (2024). She said neck and low back pain radiating into the left arm and the right leg. The injection that we had done in her lower back at the beginning of September, she said gave her 70% relief. And then, of course, because her low back is better, her neck becomes the primary problem, and we ordered another injection in her neck.
And has that neck injection been completed?
She had that on October the 7th.
All right. And has she been to see you for a follow-up visit after that?
Yes, that was the last time I saw her, I believe, November 5th.
And what, if any, were her complaints on that visit?
She still had the same complaints, but her pain was improved. She said the neck injection helped 80%. The lower back, we ordered, hopefully, a bilateral L5 injection at that point in time. She's not had that done yet.
I know that you talked about the results of her MRI and the fact that she has evidence of arthritis and degenerative disc disease. But when she came to you, she had indicated that her pain started after she had this motor vehicle accident. And I know sometimes it's difficult for you to sort through those kinds of issues, but when she came to see you in 2023, did you have any reason, or could you make a determination that the pain that she was experiencing at that time was related to the accident?
Okay. Truthfully, 4 years out or 3 years, 3.5 years out at that point in time, it's nearly impossible to tell for sure. Certainly, I can state that everything that I see on her findings is degenerative and chronic in nature. Do we see people with those type of issues on MRI that have never had pain or had very little pain, and then something like a trauma or an accident causes the pain? Certainly, but there's no way for me to know for sure 4 years later.
All right. So at that point, you're just relying on whatever the patient is telling you as to the
Correct.
etiology. Is
That's
that
correct.
fair?
Yes.
Okay. I provided you a copy of a report that Dr. Neil Negrin had prepared, and I just had a few questions for you in that regard. Looks like it's the fourth from the last page of his report.
I don't have it printed out in front of me, so if you could read what you're referring to.
All right. It says on June the 22nd, 2023, she returned to Dr. Willett at Resurgence with back pain radiating down the left leg, indicating this began with a motor vehicle accident 4 years previous, but has been worse over the last 6 months. My question is, it's my understanding that June the 22nd, 2023 was the first time that she had ever been to see you. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure.
Sure.
And then on the next page, Dr. Negrin had gone through the visits that you have described to us, as well as her visits to her primary care physician and to Dr. Foster and to Dr. Wang. And he indicates in his report, in my opinion, within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, none of the treatment by any provider in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 was related to the collision that occurred in 2019. And my notes indicate that from what he reviewed, 2023 was the period of time when you provided her with medical care and treatment. Would you agree with his opinion?
That none of it was related. Well, certainly I can't speak to the treatment that other people have provided, but as far as my treatment, again, her story is believable. There's no way for me to prove one way or another without having known her before her accident and immediately after her accident, but I don't have any reason to suspect she's not telling me the truth.
And Dr. Willett, I told you that I don't take really long depositions. I don't think I have any more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So, do you
Jessica,
Yeah.
do you want to play
you play the whole thing?
the whole thing?
You know what the date of the collision is that this lawsuit is based on?
I know that it was in 2019. Per her, 6/2/2019. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
that's correct. Okay. Yes. All right. And do you know how old Ms. Pointer was back then?
Math test.
Yeah, this is your math test.
Let's see, 65-ish.
Okay. All right. And what is your understanding, if any, of what happened in the car accident?
I believe somebody turned in front of the car she was in.
Okay. At any point in time, have you ever seen any photographs that were taken after the collision of the vehicles?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Were you provided with the June 2nd, 2019 emergency room records from Northside Hospital for sight?
I'll be honest, everything that I was provided was Monday.
Okay.
Well,
So have you had an opportunity to look at the emergency room records from June 2nd of 2019?
I have perused through them.
Okay. And did Ms. Pointer have any complaints in the emergency room of neck or low back pain?
Again, I don't have any of that stuff printed out, but my recollection was that she did not.
Okay. And is your recollection that her neck had normal range of motion with no obvious deformities?
Yes.
And her back was normal with no midline tenderness?
I don't remember specifically reading that part, but I know that she wasn't complaining of neck and back pain at that time.
And her neurological examination identified no motor, sensory, or reflex deficits. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that no x-rays were taken of the spine in the emergency room?
Not that I saw.
All right. What is your understanding as a doctor of what the diagnosis of motor vehicle collision means in records? If you know.
Well, I would never, I don't know, necessarily consider that a diagnosis.
Okay. If you ever see that in records, what does it tell you?
To me, it's what the cause is deemed to be.
Okay.
It's more of a history. Yes.
And would you agree that pain is not a diagnosis, but a complaint?
Yes.
All right. Based on your quick peruse of the emergency room record, is it clear to you that no injury to the cervical and lumbar spine was noted in those records?
Yes.
All right. And we've already established, and you would agree, that in a 64 or 65-year-old woman, that she had pre-existing cervical and lumbar degenerative arthritis, correct?
Correct. That's to be expected.
And would you agree that because she had degenerative arthritis, immediate pain would be expected if an injury had occurred?
Well, in a motor vehicle collision or any type of injury, it can take several days, up to 2 weeks, I've seen, for really that pain to occur.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at any of the records, particularly the June 5th, 2019 record of her primary care physician, Dr. Hector?
Not that I recall, but feel free to refresh my memory just in case.
Well, I was going to ask you about what he noted in the record, but if you don't recall, I'll ask you this. Do you recall reading in the record that Ms. Pointer was walking and moving well and not using a muscle relaxer?
I don't recall that, no.
All right. Do you recall in that record whether any spinal abnormalities were mentioned?
I don't, sorry.
Okay. Were you aware of, or did you have an opportunity to review, and maybe you don't even review these, the chiropractic records at Quality of Life?
I did see that there were several of those, but
You
I
did?
did not
Okay.
review that because it was a lot.
Oh, okay.
To
Got
be
it.
honest.
There
It was
there
before
are-
she ever saw me, so it didn't really have anything to do with my treatment.
Okay. Well, right. Correct. What about the Southern Crescent Injury and Rehab Physical Therapy records?
The majority of what I received, I don't know that I received that.
Okay.
Was that from 2019?
Yes. Her first visit was
Oh.
June 20th of 2019.
Yeah. I would pull it up, but I'm afraid it's going to do something to our connection.
All right. Well, then don't worry about it.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to review the x-ray of the cervical spine performed at Northside Hospital on August 7th of 2019?
I believe I looked at the report, but I have not seen the pictures.
Okay. Are you aware that the report indicated that there was no acute process in her neck?
I would believe that based on what I've seen.
And as a doctor, tell me what this means. Grade 1 anteriorlisthesis of C3 on C4 and C4 on C5. What does that mean?
So the listhesis is when you see one bone moved slightly forward of the other. So not perfectly aligned if you look at the backs of the vertebrae. And a grade 1, again, is less than 25%.
Okay, and is that a chronic condition or an acute condition?
Most likely, in her case, it's chronic. It can happen acutely if you have a fracture.
Okay.
Which she did not.
Which she did not. And then also noted on that x-ray of August of 2019, it notes multi-level narrowing of space, similar prior examination, greatest at C5-6, C71. What does that mean, doctor?
So pretty similar to the MRI that we had. So narrowing around the foramen where the nerve exits the spine.
Okay, and is that typically a chronic condition or an acute condition?
Typically chronic.
All right. In comparison, I know you saw the report for the August 7th, 2019. Did you ever see the report from November of 2013 of her x-ray of her cervical spine?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Again, when you say ever, I didn't have any history before Monday.
I got it. All right. Did Ms. Pointer ever make any complaints to you regarding any other body part other than the spine?
She had that initial bursa pain, so outside of the hip.
Okay, no shoulder or anything of that nature.
Not that I recall.
Okay.
I mean, she had arm pain, so I guess you could include shoulder as part of that, but.
Did you review the August 18th, 2020 MRI scan of the cervical spine performed at Emory University Hospital?
I did see that.
Okay. And do you agree with the report that indicated multi-level spondylosis, an osteophyte complex at C5-6, an osteophyte complex at C6-7?
Yes.
Okay. And spondylosis and osteophyte complexes are all chronic degenerative conditions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And would you agree that this chronic degenerative cervical disease that Ms. Pointer had is significant and it's related to a long-standing pre-existing condition?
I would agree that the findings are chronic.
Okay. Let's see if I have any additional questions. That's it, doctor. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Certainly.
And Dr. Willey, I just have 2 follow-up questions.
Sure.
Do you have any appointments scheduled with Ms. Pointer in the future? Or is it on an as-needed basis?
I believe she is scheduled for that last injection that we had ordered.
All right.
Sometime this month.
And going forward, do you have any recommendations as to treating or pain if it ends up being an ongoing issue other than injections?
So typically my recommendation, if people have nerve pain, meaning pain down the arm or leg, that doesn't get at least a year of relief for every 3 injections, so that's kind of the max that we would do in one area, then I usually send them for a surgery consult, which stenosis is a common reason for people to have surgery.
And to the best of your recollection, has Ms. Pointer been compliant with any recommendations that you have made when she's come in for visits?
She has been, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you.
When we're off the record, I just want to say one thing.
Okay, going off the record, the time now is 12:53.
All right. With that, any further evidence on behalf of the plaintiff?
No more evidence here, just the only other thing I was going to tender before we close was just the mortality table that we will present to the court.
All right. I believe we should mark that as an exhibit.
I will do that.
So what number should we give that?
Okay. Plaintiff Fresh, Your Honor.
Well, let's do this. What number would you give that? For the record, the mortality table.
I'm going to say 20. No, I'm going to go up because I've made a couple more. Let's go 27. Let's go to number 27.
All right. So any objection to P27? All right. P27 is admitted. And with that, Mr. Green, any further evidence?
No, Your Honor, that's it. Plaintiff Fresh.
All right. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your attention today. We have covered a lot of ground. As I excuse you, please do not discuss the case with anyone. Do no research other than what you learn in this courtroom. That's all you should know about this case. Let's be back at 9 o'clock to get ready to go. Looking at you, Juror 32, don't let me down. And we're going to be able to get this in your hands. So with that, we'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Here. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Any motions on behalf of, I guess I'd start with the plaintiff.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any motions on behalf of the defense?
And Your Honor, I would request to see the mortality table before it goes back to the jury. though.
Absolutely.
Okay. Then with that, I have in the interest of maximizing our time tomorrow, I've provided the parties with a consolidated charge packet, which I'll mark as Courts Exhibit number 1, and I'll tender a copy for the record. And this is going to contain all of the pattern charges that were either requested or that I thought might be applicable, as well as all the non-pattern requests as well. And so if the parties want to take a minute to look through and review it, or we could just start diving in. And again, we'll have a formal charge conference at the appropriate time, incorporating any findings or renewing any objections or motions that need to be made. But since we have this time, I thought we could at least get started. And then you'd have more of an expectation of how to prepare for your closings as well. So do y'all want some time to look through this, or do you want to dive in?
Did
That's
you
fine.
say that the non-pattern, those are included in here as well, Mr.?
Both sides, everything. This is everything, and then this is where we whittle it down
Gotcha.
on this document.
All right, and once we do whittle it down, you'll be able to send us an email with the exact, okay. No, Your Honor, we can just do it one at a time if you want.
All right, then we get into it, and the way I've done this in the interest of efficiency here is feel free to interrupt, stand up, object when you have something to add. Otherwise, I'll just kind of keep moving through it. And if I don't hear anything, I'll assume it's okay. And instead of needing a formal yes or no on each and every page and each and every charge. So we begin with the first introductory remark. I just would tailor that to say there's only one claim here. It's one claim of negligence as I understand it. So I would tailor that last sentence to say in which she brings a claim against the defendant. I'll note that I have not and would not plan to, unless there's a vigorous objection here, to send any pleadings out with the jury. We would just keep it to the verdict form, a copy of the charge, and any applicable exhibits. Moving on to page 2, burden of proof. I'll tailor that first pattern charge defining preponderance to note that it's just one claim. So the fourth paragraph beginning with when more than one claim, that would be struck in its entirety. And the last sentence would just be referring to one claim, and we'd strike that last thing about as to that claim. I don't think we would need that verbiage. All right, the next two items on page 2 are both non-pattern requests from plaintiff and defendant. They say similar things. I believe that the pattern charge would incorporate the sentiments there, and I'd be inclined to give that unless either party wants to be heard.
Your Honor, I would like to be heard. I'm okay with you giving the pattern on this, but the reason that I like our charge number 3 better, or I think it's more inclusive of what the law is that it's not just the negligence that we have to prove by preponderance of the evidence. I also want the jury to know that with regard to every other aspect of the claim, her injuries, everything else, that's also a preponderance of the evidence and not just the, whose fault it was.
I mean, wouldn't that be in the first sentence of the pattern charge? Must prove every essential part of her claims by preponderance of the evidence.
Yeah, can you include in there, this means, who caused the accident and her injury, something like that, so they all understand that we're talking about everything?
I think that that's going to get broken down when we start listing out the elements.
Okay.
So later on, there's going to be the pattern charge of what is a negligence claim.
Yes.
And I think in that, if I recall, we'll get there. It
Does
says
it say
the
preponderance
plaintiff
in
has
it?
the burden of proof in there, and we can add it in when we get there.
Okay, all right, thanks, Ron.
Other than that, I'll move on then and plan to give the pattern charge as noted, striking those two non-pattern charges. We have on page 3 a defendant's request for equally balanced. I believe it's an accurate statement of law. I know I've read that before. I thought it might be in the pattern charges somewhere, but I guess perhaps not. Any position of the on that? I'd be inclined not to give it just because it's not part of the pattern charge on preponderance. I don't want to emphasize aspects of the case law that, or at least to go down that road and put any undue emphasis on certain things. But any position of the plaintiff on page 3?
I would feel the same way you do, Your Honor. This is kind of argumentative for the case, and I hate those words coming out of your mouth when it's sounding like this. I would have an objection.
I mean, I would just say that by definition, a preponderance means more likely than not, meaning if it's equal. And certainly that's fair game during closing to make and stress that point.
That would be fine.
But anything you want to preserve for the record, Ms. Sanford?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I would strike the non-pattern on page 3 then. Over objection. Page 4, we've got the pattern charge for evidence. I don't know if we've heard any